And we are live. What's going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday, another live stream. Hope everybody has had a great week so far. I'm definitely excited to continue on with the Mercury 1.1 conversion. We're done with the base conversion. It's been working fine. I also got the clicky set up. We did most of that on stream, and then I finalized the clipper config side of things off stream. But yeah, today we're going to be tearing out the bed, we're going to be tearing out all the electronics, and we're going to start installing the Hydra, which is a 3-point bed tramming setup. We're also upgrading this really thin Creality bed to a 275 mix 6 aluminum bed, which I am excited for, not only for the flatness, but also to be able to print larger, because the stock bed, I believe, is 235 by 235, so we're gaining 30 to 40 millimeters in X and Y, which is really nice. How's everybody doing today? Steve's here. Steve Knobs was asking about nylon, and really quickly I wanted to mention, so regarding nylon printing, I've printed nylon on glass with glue stick. Glue stick typically sticks quite well to nylon. So I've done glass with glue stick, I've done PEI with glue stick, I believe I've done Vision Miner nanopolymer. It's been a long time. And I've done a lot of it with Garolite. When I worked at Matter Hackers, their Pulse XE, which is designed not exclusively to print with nylon, but to be able to print with nylon and carbon nylon out of the box, Garolite is the default surface, and adhesion was really well. So worked really well. So I would make sure that the Garolite's nice and clean, and also, if I remember correctly, we would lightly scuff it with some very fine grit sandpaper, and that helps give it a little bit of extra bite. So those would be the things that I would definitely recommend. So yeah, I hope everyone's doing great. Ham's here, Lisa's here, Maker Viking, Del Mar's in the house. Dry, nylon tip, dry, 100%. Drying nylon, even if you just cracked it out of its vacuum seal, still dry it. And if you have the option to, actively dry it the entire time you are printing it. Even when I lived in Southern California, in an area that was considered the desert, I would have it start fine, and then halfway through the print absorb enough moisture to where it was problematic. So nylon is just notoriously a pain in the butt when it comes to moisture. So again, drying it beforehand, and if you can actively dry it the entire time it's printing to make sure it maintains the same dryness that it started off with, you will be much better off. So who else is here? Griffin, Mr. Joda's in the house. What's going on? Digital Dragon Luke has been working on the Ender wire conversion, an awesome one, and is finishing it up on Friday on Twitch on his live stream. I also happen to see that Friday is your birthday, so we have to do a little bit of happy birthday. If anyone and everyone can tag Digital Dragon and wish him a happy birthday, an early happy birthday, that would be awesome. Pie's in the house. What's going on? So yeah, I think that's all of the initial things that I wanted to cover with everybody. We are, for anyone that is not familiar, again, the Mercury 1.1 is an Ender 5 or 5 Plus to Core XY conversion by the ZeroG team. We did the base conversion. Let's see if we can find here. Manual, we can find an image of it maybe. Nope. Well, you can see it here in front of you, but the thing we are doing now, which isn't a requirement, like if you have an Ender 5 Plus that's already supported on both sides, then you're in much better shape. The Ender 5 and 5 Pro have this cantilever bed, so it's only supported on one side, and there are printable upgrades you can do to reinforce it, which will really help, but it's still just not a very good bed. But essentially, you don't have to do the entire Hydra conversion. It is quite pricey when you factor in the linear rails, the different bed, the upgrade electronics. You can just stick with the Mercury 1 build. Let me go up a little bit. Can we go up a little higher, maybe? There we go. Which is this Core XY conversion on top. But we are going to be doing the full thing, which I'm really excited about. And just like the base build, the Hydra portion of this build is sponsored by Fabrico. They have, hey, thank you very much, 007 3DP. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh, here we go. ZeroG introduction, scroll down on the Hydra manual page. Yeah, so I guess the Hydra has the, I did see the screenshots of it, so let's do that. Projects, Hydra. and I think it's under introduction. Yeah, so here you can see, well, here's the Hydra photos, which are really nice renders. But you can see here, basically, you've got 3 linear rails, 3 motors, so it can tram the bed, and this is what we're going to be adding on, along with the electronics section down here. So it's going to be DIN rails, skirt. I still need to cut out the acrylic top panel for this, but I have some time for that. We won't be getting quite that far today. So cheers, I've been drying it all day at 70C, scuffed the G10 bed with integrated sandpaper and have been trying for 2 hours to get past the first layer. I'm starting to think it's a bad brand of filament. Man, that sucks. Yeah, you've done all of the right things then, Steve. What you could try increasing bed temp, possibly, that helps. Also, again, I know a lot of people swear by the Vision Miner nanopolymer, and so that could be something that we were trying. Wait, you're saying 110 on the bed, 70C scuff? Yeah, that's aggressively high on the bed. Or I think you're talking about sandpaper grit, actually. Would this be similar to doing a triple Z on the E6? I don't know about the triple C mod on the E6, but yeah, I suppose, yeah, so I guess Trident would probably be a similar way of describing kind of its setup, but it works differently. I don't believe the Trident uses, like, if you look at this image, you've got linear rails on the sides and then baby linear rails here that are for, I believe those are to allow the bed to sort of expand and contract as it heats, and so it's kind of free flowing on those rails. I know that Dutch is in the chat, so he can probably answer a little bit better, as I haven't built a Trident, so I don't have the exact first-hand experience of the key differences. I have a video showing what it does. Yeah, let's check out Scott's video really quick here. 1 second. Hey, also, Kevin, aka Sam's in the chat. Is there a belted Z version? I don't think there's a belted Z version. I haven't seen a belted Z version so far, at least. It doesn't mean that someone hasn't done it out there. Let's see. Edge of 3D, and let's do Hydra. Here we go. Wait, this is it printing. This might not be the right video. I think this is just, yeah, this is this is just Scott's video going absolutely ham. I know I've seen your video on it though. Let me see. Dancing short. I think, is it the dancing short? Yeah, this is probably it. Yeah. So you can see it going, oh, he's got the clicky set up as well. Goes to the 3 corners, and then look at that. The bed is correcting itself, so that way it is perfectly flat, or as perfectly flat as it can get. So yeah, basically that's what it does. It corrects itself, and then you still can have a mesh running, but what that means is you don't actually, that's Maker's Muse. You don't have to have quite as much correction in the mesh because the bed is at least starting off as flat as it can possibly be, which is a way better setup than just correcting in Z. So meshes are awesome because they allow you to print on non-flat surfaces, but the downside to that is that it can affect your parts tolerances or how dimensionally accurate it is. I'm actually talking a little bit about this in a video on large bed slingers coming out soon, but thanks to firmware, there's things in, at least Marlin, and I'm sure Clipper has it too, which is called Z Fade, where it applies that mesh correction to get your to get your first layer correct, and then it applies less and less of that correction as it goes in order to warp your part less, or not warp your part, but what's the word would be? Skew your part less, because like even if your Z is compensating for a unflat bed, it's still an unflat bed, so it might allow you to print on it by getting a solid first layer due to it correcting for those divots, but there's nothing quite as good as having a truly flat bed, and having it tram itself guarantees, in combination with a insanely flat bed to start with, that you're not compensating more than absolutely necessary. So, do they use rails? Hey, Pezlis is here. There's a lot. I'm sorry, I missed a lot of people. I got on a rant here. K2 Kevin, Aaron's in the house. Swoop is here. Ari Nitram. Hey, I might be saying that right. I don't know. Is it Nitram or Nitram? I think Nitram. Hard eye Nitram or soft eye Nitram. What's going on, Baron? Hoodie's in the house. Yeah, so we are going to get started. I did want to say again one more time, massive thank you though to Fabrico for sponsoring the conversion kit. So there's a couple parts to it. You've got the little rails with all of the hardware and the drag chains. And then you also are going to be needing a compatible bed, which you can either machine yourself, or you've got this, the crazy 275 by 275 millimeter one that I've got in. If you do want to source and machine your own bed, I do know that in the Hydra docs I saw yesterday, that they have schematics exactly where you'd want to drill holes for the Hydra, so that is nice. What else do we got here? Along with that, the bed heater, of course, you'll need some lead screws, and then rails as well. So we're using Honey Badger rails, and then for the motors, I just sourced low cost. These are just your standard. I actually don't have a bunch of matching stepper motors just laying around, so I went with these. These are just your basic, will we focus camera? Oh, come on, maybe not, let's see. Oh, I know why it's not focusing. I have it set to tap focus, so it's only focusing on, there we go. These are just the Creality 4240s, which are pretty inexpensive and should be sufficient. The main thing is if you're sourcing Creality motors, you gotta be careful. Some of their motors don't have a flat spot in the Martin in reverse. Oh, okay, Nitram, perfect. Some of the Creality motors no longer have a flat spot on the shaft of the motors because I don't exactly know what they're doing, if they're just using a machine to basically pressure fit the gear into place, or if they're using that in combination with some kind of really strong adhesive. But it's been a pain in the butt because in some of the upgrades I've done, especially for the extruders from Bowden to direct drive, you don't have a flat spot. And that makes it where you either can't get whatever you're trying to get onto the shaft of the motor, or it's just not able to grip the set screw quite as hard. So yeah, make sure if you're ordering motors like these, you confirm that they are the portion prior to them making revisions and that they actually have a flat portion on the post. Green Loctite is good for friction on it. You do not need flat. Oh, you do not need the flat for Hydra. Okay, Turtle knows best. But in general, if you're ordering Creality motors for something, make sure that whatever version you're getting will work for what you're doing, because I've had issues in the past where it needed to have a flat spot and it did not have a flat spot. Pizza day. I wish we were having pizza today. Okay, so the order of operation kind of what we're doing is we are going to be removing the entire cantilever bed, the attachment points, the smooth rods, the Z stepper motor. We're going to be unplugging everything from the stock bed. We're going to be upgrading it to the Manta M8P that has enough driver ports for the additional Z motors. So today, the first thing we're gonna do is just try to tear as much out as we can so that way we have a clean slate, or as clean slate as possible. So I don't know if there's a better or a better route of doing this. Also, someone asked earlier, let's see, point is it's not the same as most kinematics. Someone asked about this earlier, so I wanted to quickly show it, but this is what we were talking about, which is the beacon. It is from, I don't think it's quite from and the NX engineering team, but in collaboration with them. And it is a crazy bed leveler. And if you look on the NX engineering YouTube channel, they've kind of showed it off, but it's able to create very, very fast, like 100 point by 100 point meshes that are very accurate, which is nuts. And so, let me tear this open so you can take a look at it. It hooks up via USB. There are some requirements as far as the mounting point on them. Like you can't have metal, I think, on top of it within a certain range. But yeah, I ordered this. This was not sent to me. I mean, it was sent to me, but I ordered this. This was, I had seen it beforehand and was like, that looks awesome. And so I placed my order the second they went live. And the goal is very likely that we're going to be upgrading this once it's all said and done to use the beacon instead of the clicky. I love the clicky, but because we have this and we're doing all of this stuff to this printer, I think I would like to install this on here as well. So yeah, we will cover more on this. I'll probably have a dedicated video to it. It'll be some time though, because we need to do a lot of, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done on this printer prior to that. So, But that's what it is. If you're interested, go check it out. I think Beacon 3D, if you just Google it, Beacon 3D Probe will show you the website. And if you want to see it in action, the NX guys have been showing it off in testing for some months now. Is that something akin to Bamboo Labs LiDAR? It's not. It's my understanding that it's an inductive probe of sorts, but different than the standard inductive probes we're used to, where it's doing a point and then a point and then a point. This is more of doing an actual, like, I think it's able to gather data so quickly that it doesn't have to do points, it just does a full scan, which gives you much quicker, much more accurate meshes. So, okay, needs to be designed as well. Yeah, I was talking to Turtle a little bit about that, and I said, hey, is there any update on when this is gonna be coming to the Mercury? So, yeah. Okay, so I don't know if there's, again, an order of operation that this makes more sense to do things in. I'm gonna start with just unplugging the screen on this side. I'm very likely going to be adding clipper screen to this printer as well, because I want to do all of the things with it. So start off by unattaching or disconnecting the screen. Just hold on by 2 screws, drop it on the ground. We're off to a great start. All right, so for the electronics, I think the next thing we'll do is flip this on its side. One thing also, so we were talking about spool holder setups for this on a couple streams ago, and I ended up printing out, this is a spool holder designed for this printer. I'm actually not crazy about it, and this will not be the permanent solution. It works, and it's got bearings in it, so it slides very nicely. My biggest issue is, one, it's got some flex to it. I printed it in ABS with pretty high infill and wall settings. It's got some flex to it, and I'm also not crazy about it being on this back frame here. Even with just one spool, I feel like it introduces a little bit of flex to the extrusion that I'd rather not have there. So it's there for now. I've been using it while I've been printing recently, but it's going to be going away, and I'm gonna be figuring out something probably much lower profile off to the side, and then we'll just end up running another reverse Bowden setup to help with getting the filament into the extruder. So can the Mercury 1 be fully enclosed? It can be. There's nothing official out there right now, but there are definitely, I've seen for the many months I was looking into this printer, that some people have made beautiful enclosures for it. So all the parts are intended to be printed in ABS, so you shouldn't run into any issues in terms of like parts warping or anything like that if you do enclose it. So yeah, I can't see why not. Yeah, so let's go ahead and flip this over. Right now, it's just got, let me make sure nothing's gonna fall when I do this. All right. Okay, let's go side cam. I'll turn this towards you guys so you guys can see what's happening. Right now, it's just got the stock board, and the Raspberry Pi isn't even, let's not break that switch. The Raspberry Pi isn't even internal. It's quite literally it's plugged into the wall and just right here. I knew that we were going to be installing the M8P, and so I didn't want to deal with doing anything really with electronics more than verifying that everything was working the way it should, which we've definitely done. So yeah, let's start off by removing all of these panels. All I can say is that we're working on it. Yeah, I would love to enclose this printer. With the like X1 carbon and the V0s and even the Switchwire, like I have printers that can print ABS, and so I don't know that I would dedicate this as an ABS printer, but having the option's awesome. And also, let me, 1 second here. Let me go to manual focus. It's gonna keep freaking out otherwise, and since we're staying at one angle for a while, let's see. Nope. Looks about in focus, hopefully. God, I brain farted. But it would be nice to have the option to print ABS on this. And also, in California, when we lived there, all the printers were inside with me. Here are the printers, a lot of them go out in the garage. And although it's insulated, it's still, man, it reaches during winter month very, very cold, like 30, I think I've seen it as low as 20 out there. So even for other materials, to help it out with heating up, it's nice having an enclosure. It's definitely helped the X1 Carbon be able to maintain a lot of its printing out there by just having that enclosure. I love to see an IDEX mod for the Mercury 1 sometimes on the line. I think the E5 Plus, yeah, Ender 5 Plus has a very large, okay, so we've got our fan here. It has a very large bed that I think also could could have enough space for IDEX to make sense. Hey, what's going on, Shuttle? Sorry, where did you say you got this spool holder? Spool holder is in the, I think it's in the official repository for the mods, but also, let me quickly show you. ZeroG. Too many Discord channels. Okay, so if you go to the, this is the official ZeroG Discord, and you go down to, nope, I went too far, didn't I? Modifications, I believe it's under official. Yep, here we go. So it's older. It was released, I don't know when it was released, but it was posted here in December of 2021. This will take you here, and this is the specific one. It uses the, not LM8U bearings. It uses these, what are these, 608s? The 608 ZZ skateboard bearings and a threaded rod. Everything else is pretty standard, just nuts, bolts, and stuff like that. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen, if you're not in Kevin aka Sam's Discord, you absolutely should be. But he has been working on, it's like a quad IDEX. It's absolutely insane. For some reason, that white loom gives it a nice clean look. Yeah, I've only ever used black, but because I knew we were doing a white and dark gray color scheme, I ended up going with white, and I've been pretty happy with it. Okay, let me pay attention here for a second. So how do... Okay, I think I'm just gonna start by unplugging all the wires from the power supply. Let's start there. How's everybody's week going? We have a little, it's been a little bit warmer weather out here. Like upper 40s, which compared to what we've had has been really nice. So we've been, Aaron and I have been starting to go on some just walks around the neighborhood. Okay, and this is, how is this attached? From the sides, maybe? Am I a goofball, or how is this? Surely this is bolted in place. I don't see any screws coming from the top, and I don't see any screws holding it on the side. I'm not sure how this is attached. Oh no, it's buffering? Oh crap. Let me know if it happens again. Let me know. Sorry about that. Yeah, does anyone know? For some reason, I'm not seeing the attachment points for this power supply. Normally it's bolted on the sides or the top, but I don't see anything. Is it still buffering? It shows green light. All right, we're gonna go ahead and just unplug everything from the board. Should be pretty quick. Might need to take out some IPA because these plugs are all glued. They're all glued in place. Intermittent buffering for me, interesting. Yeah? Aaron? That was weird. It sounded like someone knocked on my door. Remove the top. Oh, wow. It's a... That's funny. Okay, so it's a sticker covering it. For some reason, I thought this was etched onto it, but it's just a sticker. Okay, cool. We need some glue, or some IPA. We're gonna remove all the glue. I really like the sticker on this. I mean, I know it's kind of silly to have the assembly instructions on top of it, but I like the way the schematics look on it. We'll look at it in a second if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, but there's a big sticker on top of the electronics housing. Delilah, is that you? think it's Delilah. She's licking herself against the door. All right, let's get some alcohol on this glue. Hopefully we'll loosen it up. There we go. It's definitely Delilah. It's funny, the IPA on the hot glue was not something that I knew before someone commented on one of my videos. I mean, it's been some years now. Hey, what's up, Tom? Somebody commented on one of my videos years ago when I was complaining about things being glued in and how tough it was, and they said, just use some IPA, and it's crazy how quickly that releases the hot glue. So if you don't know, if you ever have hot glue and you need to remove it, then although that took the plug out, but hot glue makes the IPA makes the hot glue release the part very easily, or the wires. Okay, so for this we need a small flathead. Buffering is gone now, all good. Okay. Interesting. If it happens again, let me know. I don't really know. I think Erin's, sounds like Erin's on the phone. But I don't think she's doing a video call, so I don't know what would be causing issues. Okay, cables are out. Okay. Okay, that should be all of our cables. Let's remove our micro SD card before we break it as this comes out. I don't think we need to actually remove the board from here. We'll leave this in. This looks clamped in, or like these little, I'm worried about breaking these prongs. Is there a trick, Turtle or Dutch, on getting this little switch out? It looks like it's just plastic prongs on both sides that you press inward. Yeah, that cracked, I think. Yeah, that cracked. Well, I'll be replacing that. This is stuck. Okay. Okay, so power supply, technically we don't have to remove until, I don't think, let's take the plug off the back. Let's see. Yeah, those clips, the clips holding the switch in place were pretty damn stiff. I don't. Does anyone know what size a braided? Does anyone know what size of braided sleeving is suitable for the under 5+? I hate the plastic conduit. Braided sleeving is suitable for under 5+. The stuff I used, the thicker stuff seems fine. I mean, more than fine. I can tell you the size I ordered. Sleeving. So I went with 1/2 inch. I got 1/4 inch as well, but the 1/4 inch is super small, and I don't think actually. So this is 1/4 inch for the stepper motors, and then 1/2 inch is what I've fed everything else through, which is plenty. Yeah. We're gonna, exactly, we're gutting the ender. All right, so we need 2 small, looks like maybe 2. Yeah, 1/2 inch is what I went with, Andrew. I don't know that I recommend the 1/4 inch. I know Turtle said that he used some like obscurely small sized sleeving, but even 1/4 inch was kind of a pain in the butt. Unless you're okay with removing the pins from the plugs and sliding it through, it just wasn't a ton of fun. All right, so we got plug out. Let's take all the wires. Drop this down. Just gonna pull all the wires out for now. Uh, 3/8. I slid my stepper wire. Through. Did you do? What size did you go with, Linus? Through 4mm paracord. But that was without. Okay, yeah, without a connector. 3/8 works as well. I prefer split mesh loom. The tool head. That's probably a better idea to use a split mesh loom. Okay, so let's pull out. Yeah, the thing is with the stock electronics enclosure, I was able to hide my mess. With the clear acrylic top, I'm not gonna be able to hide my mess. So it's gonna bug me a lot more, and I'm sure I'm gonna spend a bit more time on cutting the wires down to be nearly exact size. So let's go ahead and remove all of, let me see, these are just bolted through. Okay, so I'm gonna flip this upright for a second here. Let's remove my case before I break it. Okay, so next up, we're gonna remove the actual base itself. Let me bring you guys a little bit further back like this and focus you in a little bit. So there's 2 bolts on this side, 2 bolts on the front side, so 6 bolts in total holding that in place. Then we should be able to lift that out, and then we'll get the power supply off. I wonder if it's actually easy to try to peel the sticker while it's braced in place. So there's a sticker, I can tilt it, but there's a sticker right here covering the top, which I didn't realize was a sticker. I actually thought that they had etched the sheet metal, but a sticker seems a lot cheaper and simpler. So the reason why I couldn't see bolts for the power supply was because apparently they're hidden underneath this thick sticker. So we need to remove this. And there we go. That was a lot easier than I thought. So there's our mystery screws that I was looking for. I was looking at it, I'm like, I don't think they VHB'd this thing in place. There's no way. So no, they just got creative with stickers. All right, so let's go ahead and remove the power supply so it'll drop down. Just size 2.5, yep. Let's see, the beacon probe uses eddy current testing. Basically it measures fluctuations in magnetic field, amplitude as it scans metallic surface, commonly used in manufacturing and testing. Yeah, I do know that similar to an inductive probe, there are limitations as far as the surface type. It has to be like PEI on metal or spring steel or something along those lines, otherwise it won't be able to work. So I don't think it would work with a Garolite board. I mean, luckily powder coated PEI is my surface of choice, so I have no issues with that, but it's something to consider if you are you know, primarily using Garolite or something like that usually. For the split mesh, you're just talking about that it isn't a full, like it's not fully round, right? It's cut. So you kind of wrap it and then use either zip ties or heat shrink to hold it in place. I think so. I think that's what you're describing, which is much nicer. Having to swap things out inside of a mesh, especially a long mesh, it sucks. It's definitely not fun. Let's get our power supply out of here. Okay. Oh, it's not. I thought it was a mean well. For some reason, I thought Ender 5 Pros used mean wells, but they don't. I still think I'm probably going to stick with that power supply. The bed's going to be running off of AC. Man, that power supply might be overkill, considering I'm likely just going to be using it for fans, the hot end, and maybe some LEDs. There we go. Hey, morning, Munjin. I always like to recommend the Soval Black Powder Coat PI. Adhesion is insane and works with all the probes. Soval Black? I don't think I've seen that. I've had really good luck with Wham Bam Powder Coated PEI. I have had really good luck with Energetic from AliExpress. Honestly, that stuff's worked quite well. The BQ stuff, which I think is just like their black painted PEI, works quite well. I know that on some of them, I've had issues, at least early on, with the paint coming off, which is really annoying, but I think they fixed that. I did get some Honey Badger PEI in that we will be running on this, and I've heard really good things about that, but I haven't used it yet. The new Bedslinger Crowding Ounce has an 800 watt. That's gross. Yeah, I have a video. I'm currently editing a video on big bed slingers. Elegoo had reached out to me to review their Elegoo Pro Max, and I turned it down. I'm not really a fan of big bed slingers. Like 300 by 300 is my max cap. I do realize that there is a audience for it, and that for some it makes sense. But the video is kind of like highlighting my stance on why I don't like big bed slingers and things to consider if you're considering getting one. Because again, I know that for some it makes sense, but it's just, man, it is a lot. And even just storing it, having the desk space for because that Creality one that you're talking about, I think is a bed of like 450 by 450 millimeters or something like that. Having enough space, both length, width, height, and depth forward and backwards is something that you really have to consider at that size. Hey Zombie, thank you for the banana and the $1.49. Hope you're doing well. I really need to get an AC bed. My 600 watt PSU is just too darn, yeah, that's a big power supply. Honey Badger Black PEI has been pretty good too. I've heard great things about it. Hey Maze, happy Wednesday. I feel like it's more likely to receive a quality PSU than a Meanwhile these days. Yeah, you're not wrong. They even swapped out, they were doing Meanwhile PSUs on the Ender 3 Pros and then did like a swap out of nowhere. I know that Tripods picked up one from, I think, Micro Center a while back and showed that they had changed things, which is annoying because it's how much other things are swapped out, and does that mean that the reviews are no longer like valid if these manufacturers are starting off with high quality components and then, you know, going with lesser options later on, but people are still watching the original reviews? So it's an interesting topic. You want to put a fan on the Manta M8P and CB1. It started taking errors as the CB1 will heat up and throttle back, causing timing errors. Okay, good to know. I definitely have a heat sink that'll be going on it, but I'll add cooling to the board as well. Good thing about TAP is it's surface agnostic to an extent. If you're using thick mixed 6 beds, but for PCB beds due to flex, it's not exactly compatible from what I've seen. Like, I don't think that would work on one of these big PCB beds that are coming on like the Elegoo or Creality printers. Any issue besides SD card replacement on the Manta E3 EZ? No other issues, Spoopy. It's been running in the, well, we've got Kevin here, so we can show. It's been running in the Kevin, aka Sam, Belted Z, and Clack Ender machine, working well. The only thing I've noticed is that the CB1 is also pretty peculiar about the antenna placement. You can't really see it, but the antenna is loose right here. When I initially had it on the bottom side of the machine, I couldn't get any wireless connection, and I noticed that when I tilted the machine to its side to troubleshoot, all of a sudden the page would load. So I've moved it to the outside. It's going to be probably stuck to the front. Just make sure that your cautious, or you're at least aware of the placement of the antenna. I would say on side or top of printer versus underneath, you're gonna have way better results. Got 200 deck fans on the solid cord. Yeah, I know that from the digging I did when I was having issues on it initially, it looks like the Wi-Fi module is just like the same as the ESP32 stuff that's out there. So you essentially can get a much beefier antenna from Amazon for a few dollars. And if you're having wireless issues, that's something I'd probably recommend, and maybe something I'll even screw around with to see what the results are like with it. Hey, what's up, Dan? Dan? Memento E3Z has been running great. Yeah, mine's been running awesome. Original Kevin aka Sam dual motor is still running strong. Super clean Z and got those custom 80/20 gears. Nice. They're running out of ideas and going bigger. Yeah, quite. Yep. Yeah, they really are. And again, in the video, like, I don't want to give away the entire video, but the main things I want to stress is the things that people should consider before just buying one, because I think a lot of people get sort of like, they see the flashing numbers of, oh my God, I can print how big? And especially for new people, there's just so many things that you don't consider. And because I've been printing since 2014, we had big printers back in like 2017-ish. Creality released the CR10 S4 and S5. They were awful. There was so many issues, and a lot of those issues have been addressed with the evolution of firmware and hardware, but there's still some things that people should consider that I think are really important to point out. And again, if they decide to buy one of these large i3 style printers, that's totally fine, and a lot of people will be really happy with them. There's just things that I think, you know, to consider. 300 is perfect. Hey, what's up, John? Happy Wednesday. You walked into a rant. I only see the Easy board available in China and EU warehouses. That's weird. For anyone wondering, somebody asked me, we'll rip out the bed in a second here. Somebody asked me if Big Tree Tech ever got back to me about the issue I pointed out in my video about their micro SD card. They did. So they got back to me basically saying that it's a big concern, and they agree that it's a huge issue to have the micro SD card in the path of the metal tab, and that the contact I had was taking it up with their engineers to see whether a revision needed to be done or something like that, and that I would be, they would get back to me when they had some sort of an update. It's been 10 days and there hasn't been any update, but they at least did take the feedback in the video apparently into consideration, and we'll see what they end up doing with that. So also, man, so many rants. Sorry, everybody. I know some are like, just build the thing. This is the metal enclosure for the Ender 3 Pro 2. Dogs are barking. I 3D modeled a replacement of it, which is basically the exact same thing. The only difference is it doesn't have the side panel at all, because even with cutting that tab off like I showed in the video, it's still kind of sketchy. So I need to do one more revision on this. The fan just uses heat inserts instead of it being threaded into the metal. But then I will release this and also have it in that video for anyone that does have an Ender 3 Easy that just wants to print out a printable replacement panel and not have to worry about damaging their micro SD card. So those are all my updates. Okay, let's tear out the bed next. So for the bed, the things I'm not certain of is if we're keeping these little extrusions, there is a, I'll show you guys. There's a little extrusion right here. I don't know if that stays or if that also goes. So let's see if we can see that in the Hydra images. Let's see. It doesn't, I don't see why it would be necessary based off of this image right here. It looks like it's using the outermost extrusion with corner brackets. We don't use that. Okay, cool, yep. All right, so we are tearing out the entire bed setup. So I don't care much about this. So let's just go ahead and drop it down a little bit. Spin the motor. If we are sticking with clicky, I'm gonna have to use one of the, you guys can't really see it. I'm gonna have to use one of the shorter docks for it. You can kind of see it, I guess, right here. The 275 bed is going to bump into this clicky dock. So again, I think we're going beacon long term, but even if I just use clicky for a little while, we'll still likely have to do something like that. So let me turn this towards you guys like that. I think that kind of works. get focus in a little bit. Delete the entire Z assembly. Yeah, it's funny because if you do the base Mercury 1.1, you do keep quite a bit of the original printer, but once you go Mercury, it's like you know, pretty much the entire thing gets stripped down. Got wobble in this direction, but this, I'm not building on the granite, so I built it on the granite and it was flat, so don't worry about the wobble. It's just this desk or this surface that's quite wobbly. But yeah, it would be cool for those that aren't going to do the conversion to have anodized extrusions. That would be awesome. It does seem like a pretty awesome set. Did anyone see the new Lego Rivendell set? I don't have space for it, so I will have to be Legolas. Damn it, John. Okay, let's start disassembling. This is too big. I think it's a 3. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by just removing the 2 printed ZeroG bed holders that we installed just a couple weeks ago. These are really pretty if you are sticking with the stock bed. I want to find a use for these smooth rods though. They're pretty beefy. I don't know what size the Rook uses, but I feel like we need to repurpose them somehow. Okay, so I'll keep turning this so we can see the entire thing. There we go. Drop my Q-tips. All right, let's move our tool head. I did both at the same time and you end up with just a chute. Are these, do you know what size the, Rook uses, Zombie? Is this the right size, these smooth rods? All right, removing the top. So I think I should be able to just loosen the bolts on the bottom here. I might need to use an L. Nope, we could do this. Nope, we need wide. We need to use this guy. 8mm, okay, 8mm. Rear axles for 3D printer, top heel dragsters. I'm excited to see the, hopefully Scott, you or somebody is going to be recording the, where are we hitting? The drag racing at Murph. Yeah, these smooth rods are awesome. I don't know what the heck I don't know what I'm gonna use with them, but these are being kept. We'll find something. Probably create another full project for myself just so I can repurpose those. I think. Okay, next thing I should have, if I was smarter, I should have loosened the coupling on the lead screw first. There we go. Okay. Now we can pull this bed out and unplug, lay down for a sec. Next video, what I built out of ender parts. Yeah. It's just, right? I mean, I'll order the extrusions that I kept for the Mercury 1.1 and rebuild the ender. I sourced parts, self-source ender 5. That'll be my next video. We've gone full circle. All right, let me remove this lead screw completely. I can bring that slab over right now if you want it. No, it's fine. I appreciate it. I thought about it beforehand, and then was like, no, we're not, like the frame is still, like we're not taking apart the actual frame portion of it, so hopefully it'll be fine. And if for some reason I need to adjust anything, I can. These extrusions are already in place and the rails are going on here, so they should be fine. We're only adding the one rail. So if for some reason that's not perfectly square, I can always adjust it a little bit later on. Okay, so what's left to remove? You said that we're not using these big bars on top. So let's remove these. It looks like feel like with these little extrusions and those smoother rods, I can build a pretty beefy cantilever printer. Keep in mind, no Ender 5 frame is actually square. Yeah, that's fair. All right, moving our little extrusions. Shoot, I use these for like a spool holder or something. I have I know that a lot of people that 3D print do the same thing, but I have a major issue with like finding a reason to keep everything. And then what usually ends up happening is it just gets like, it goes into stacks somewhere, and then eventually I'm like, okay, no, I seriously need to just donate or get rid of a lot of this stuff. But I always find like, oh, I can do this or that with this thing. Okay, so we can unplug this 1Z motor. We need to remove, it looks like it's got 2 T-nuts holding it in place. Quality QC, quantity, construction. Yeah. I removed both Ender 5 plus Z-axis assemblies, thinking of using them in another build or just converting them into Hydra like setup, because why not? Yeah, there's quite a few projects. So like I'm gonna be adding linear rails to the Large IX printer, and the X-axis on it uses custom extrusions where 2 sides are smooth. So I'm thinking about chopping down some of the older printer parts to use them for mods for other printers. That's at least the goal. But yeah, there's a lot of good parts. It's just, again, like storing them in a place where you don't lose them and that you actually use them. That's where it gets, this struggle for me, is just keeping things in a place where you can actually find them and things are organized, because it just, everything ends up in some kind of a bin after a while. Hey, what's up, BBs? By the time you build everything Mercury 1, you have enough spare parts to build an entire Ender 5 except the power switch and plug. Yeah, and I broke the plug, so. Yeah, I definitely think that in the video that I do on this entire thing, when that happens, which it'll still probably be a while because we're doing this and I want some time with it, I'm going to stress the fact that you don't need to do this entire conversion if you don't want to, or you can do it in pieces, because I think that kind of a beautiful part of the Mercury 1.1 is that you have the choice to just, wow, it's so light, the frame now. You have the choice to do just the Core XY conversion of it with the tool head or the Hydra. And it, you know, depending on your budget or how involved you want, or if you want to do things piece by piece, it's a really nice sort of build it as you go type thing. So God, I miss building printers. And tons of people tend to pack rats. At least that's what I tell myself. Yeah, I end up doing that. I keep everything, and then I get to a breaking point where I'm just stressed out because I can't find anything, and then I purge. I just purge so much stuff. Okay, so I think that's everything we need to do on the printer right now. The next thing is going to be to start assembling the Mercury 1 stuff. So yeah, we've got our basically naked frame, and I'm going to walk around and place this somewhere out of the way, so that way I've got a little more space to work with, because I'm feeling, you guys can't see it, but around me there's 1, 2, 3, 4 printers right behind me, so it's a little tight in here. Let's not drag half of the workbench with us, please. There we go. This can live right here for now, I suppose. All right. Okay, so yeah, we need to prep the Hydra parts next, which is going to be brass inserts and assembling some things. Are you doing the new skirt / feet too? I am. Yes, I am. Let's bring you guys a little bit closer. I have all of that stuff printed out. So the only things I need to print out still are, Turtle sent me the printable cable chain parts for the Hydra, which I didn't get a chance to print out, but I will be printing out. But yeah, I've got the dual color centerpiece for the skirts that look awesome. I think that with the white and the dark gray, they really pop. And then, yeah, all the skirts, it's all over the ground. But yeah, I've got all the parts for the skirt. They're all done. And then all the feet are also all done, all of the new feet. So we've got these. So I I guess we could install the feet today too, but let's start off with just the Hydra stuff. Let me grab the Hydra parts. Let's see, which I think these are our 3 main pieces. These are what the lead screws are going to attach to, and you've got our little slots for the mini lead screws, which are adorable. We've also got, I think they're called the mini tanks, which is an awesome name for what definitely looks like a mini tank. These guys, let me see if we can focus in here. Come on, camera. No. Nope. Okay. Oh, I'm a goof. I put it on manual. Yeah, they look like mini tanks, which is hilarious. But these are the parts that will attach to the bed, if I'm not mistaken, from what I saw. So, really cool. Yeah, we can put on autofocus now since I'm going to be moving around a little bit. There we go. The mini tank is, let's see. It is the point. Let's see if I open image in new tab. It's probably going to be really big. Oh, nope, that's about full size. Let's see, can I zoom? It's these guys. So these are the points that actually connect to the bed. So these will slide back and forth on the mini rails, and they are the points that actually connect to the bed. So send those tanks to you. Yeah, they're adorable. I showed Erin and she's like, oh. Okay, so let's see what we need here. I think we'll start off by taking everything out of the, this is the Fabrico Hydra hardware kit. 5-axis printing, exactly. All right, so in the box we have got, oh cool. I didn't realize it came with our anti-backlash nuts. So, it's our Z fittings for our lead screws. We've got our itty bitty linear rails. They're shown better in the arm. Okay, cool. We've got our cable chains for the Hydra. We've got, looks like M5 bolts. Maybe M5 by 8s or M5 by 10s. And then the rest of our hardware, which is heat inserts, a lot of little screws, some of those aluminum extrusion corner brackets, lots of the roll-in spring nuts or T-nuts. Yeah, should be everything hopefully that we need for at least this portion of it. Yeah, the portion of the instructions for the Hydra arms are really nice. So they're broken down where it shows kind of the final thing that you'll be building. You can see the mini tank on the end right there. And then all the parts that you'll need for each section, the printed parts. We've got Scott's video on heat inserts. So, okay, so yeah, we'll just get started then. Let's see, left arm, let me put everything out in front of me. This appears to be our left arm. M3 by 8s, let's take out all the hardware. Love the build. Where did you get the skirts from? I'm struggling to find the STL. I think those skirts are in the Discord under the electronics channel. Turtle, is that right? Let me see here. So, pretty sure if you go under electronics, let's see, are they under electronics? Nope, maybe electronics bay? It's been a while since updated skirts. Yeah, so there they are. Zip file in the electronics bay. What size are the tiny MGN rails? They are MGN 9C, and I want to say that they are 100 millimeters, if my memory serves me. Linear rails. Yeah, 100 millimeter MGN 9C rails is what they are. That was a double pun there, as CNC Kitchen sells heat inserts. There's a yeah, the electronics bay has a lot of the info and the zip files for things. Oops, for the zip files for things like the DIN brackets and stuff like that. Okay. Left arm. So let's get out all the things that we need, which are feed inserts. It says M3 by 8 mil. Has written 5. No, M3. These must be M3s. There's a ton of them. Yep, 90 of them. We got heat inserts, M3 10s. Must be these guys. Yep, 5 of those. We need the Castle ball, which is... Where are the Castle balls? Oh, there they are. Okay. 15 or 12 by 5 by 4 countersunk magnets. Cool. Are they inside of this? Nope. I don't see the magnets. Huh. I don't think they're inside here. Hey, what's up, G-Funny? Happy Wednesday. Most of the M3s are 8 mil. How's your week going, man? Yeah, I don't know that I see the magnets. I have 3 100 mil MGN12s and then 3 650 for the height. Oh, nope, these are the magnets. Cool. Okay, so the magnets were just in a little separate... They didn't look like magnets, but they are indeed magnets, so we'll leave them together for now. What else? The rails, cool. I'm not doing anything with the Honey Badger rails. As far as I know, they're already pre-cleaned and pre-greased. So we're gonna leave them like that. I got one of these guys. Crazy busy like usual. Yeah. I feel like your 2023 has been just crazy so far, man. Okay, these don't have stops on them, so we just need to be careful to make sure they don't slide off. So place these off to the side for right now. And then we need a mini tank. We've got our mini tanks. Okay, printed parts, heat inserts. Stand your left arm down on the top surface. Don't burn yourself, great advice. Okay, so we're doing 4 on the bottom and 5 on top. So we will, let's get out our handy dandy iron. Let's push this all to the side for right now. I'm gonna change the music up a little bit for everybody too. For me and everybody. Cool. All right. Where is power? Where's the power? There we go. Let's also try to focus in on there. Starting my second plate for the 2.4 300mm beard. Let's go. Nice. What colors are you going with, Matrix? Who's gotten a chance to play around with the Crucia slicer, the Alpha 3? Specifically the tree supports. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff as well, but the tree supports. Okay, so we are... All 4 of the holes on the bottom are getting heat inserts, so let's do that really quick. I assume we probably should just do this for all of them, so that way we can knock out the heat inserts at the same time. Cool, looks great. Zoom in a little, I guess. One sec. I tried it. It failed to slice every file for me. I don't know if it's my massive 151 build plate that does. Interesting. What kind? Like, were you getting an actual error, or it just wasn't slicing cleanly? I've had really good luck with Crucia Slicer actually. My primary editing computer is a Mac Mini with the M1 chip, and man, Kira just doesn't play well with it. So that was actually one of my original reasons. Just to go here for 1 second. That was one of my original reasons for switching over to Prusa Slicer, was that I was having such bad luck with Kira once I switched to an M1 based computer. And Prusa Slicer does a pretty damn good job. I've been relatively happy with the slicing engine and just the software on the Mac. I feel like these heat inserts are popping out into the channel a little bit. They are. Interesting. I still think we're gonna be okay, it seems like. Alright, let's see if we can get this damn thing out now. There we go, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, the heat inserts are popping out into the channel just a little bit, but it seems like it's not going to be an issue. This iron is it's non-adjustable. I don't really understand how it works. I used it. This company went out of business, I'm pretty sure. It's called the iSolder 40 by Joby Systems, and there's supposed to be some sort of, it's proprietary, everything about it. There's supposed to be some sort of like smart sensor that like knows how hot. I don't know how it works, man. It was probably a decade ago that I got this, and the company went out of business, and it's been my exclusive iron for heat inserts for quite a while now. Typically works quite well. Super Slicer is the best. It's actually funny. Prusa messaged me asking what Super Slicer does that Prusa Slicer doesn't, and I didn't really have a good answer. My main things were like, well, it has the Clipper option, and then you can upload directly to Clipper, but I'd never tried to upload from Prusa Slicer to Clipper. I just assumed it because it's an Octoprint you couldn't do it, but apparently it uses the same API, and so you can upload to Clipper Printer from Prusa Slicer, doing the exact same thing you would do on Super Slicer. I know that Super Slicer gives you further control of the printer, but I realistically don't think I don't know that I use any of those things that Super Slicer gives you. So yeah, I don't really know. Don't get me started on Metcal irons. Single perimeter top layer. Is that a Super Slicer exclusive thing? Someone was having a first layer issue. Someone was having a first layer issue slicing my birds and fish using Kira. I couldn't reproduce the problem in any of the slicers, including old versions of Kira. Huh. Super Slicer has some more options, but that's about, yeah, that's my thing. Super Slicer is more stable. Is it? I haven't had any stability issues with Prusa Slicer. At least not on you know, non-alpha releases. Because, like, for example, Super Slicer took quite a long time to adapt the snug supports that Prusa Slicer had, and I love the snug supports in Prusa Slicer. They don't work for all models because they're snug and sometimes you need more supports. I mean, you can adjust your manual settings, but they, for models that only needed a bit of support, snug supports were nice. It didn't waste a lot of material, and they always came off really, really easily. And then now with all the stuff coming to Prusa Slicer 2.6, once they have the full release, like the organic supports, it's something I'm really gonna want to use. So for the most part, I've been jumping back and forth between the two, but yeah, I realistically don't use a lot of what Super Slicer has. The primary things for me was having the ability to use Clipper firmware in there, but it doesn't seem like that's an issue as far as calling any of the clipper commands in the G code. At least I don't think it is. It had built-in Voron profiles, which I think Pressure Slicer does now, if I'm not mistaken. And 1 second. There we go. But yeah, I didn't know all of the things. I have an issue with Pressure Slicer where it doesn't fully respect my print start macro. I wanted to heat the bed to 60, create bed mesh, and finish heating the bed. Interesting. Pressure Slicer heats the bed and hot into the first layer temp right away. Gotcha. This Pressure Slicer was very sick for a couple of months developing. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. That sucks to hear. I had no idea. It probably was around the time all that stuff was going on. And I mean, again, like, I don't think the Super Slicer devs are, like, you know, it's a free slicer, and I feel like complaining about a free open source slicer isn't cool, really. But yeah, I didn't have the answer when I was like, what is missing from Pressure Slicer? I was like, I don't really know. I can ask others that are more versed in Super Slicer and the sort of features of Clipper and see if they have any other things that they'd like to see. But yeah, most of the things that I originally thought I was using Super Slicer for, Pressure Slicer either can do or now has. So, all right, one down. I think we're gonna do all the heat inserts at once. It doesn't make sense to go through and do them one by one and then turn it off. Okay, so that was everything for the arm. Now we need to insert one into the cannon of the mini tank. That's what I'm calling it, at least. We'll hold this up, try not to burn ourselves. Oh wait, I'm a little bit excited to catch stream. Hey, what's going on, Jed? Excited to have you here. Happy Wednesday. All right, let's move iron. Also, the Ellie's guide that everyone uses is in Super Slicer. Oh, interesting. Is that the guy that you sent to me, Delmar? I don't know if you saw that, but I referenced that in a video and said thank you for that. I've been using Soft Fever on my Merc lately, still playing with scene setting. The Soft Fever is the Bamboo Studio fork, right? I've been meaning to play around with that and even potentially make a video on it. I know that Bamboo took advantage of the Pressure Advance calibration that was in that and forked it back into their main slicer. Cool. All right. Cannon is in. Dog is barking. Why? Okay, so that looks like that's it for that one. So we'll just move on. Make sure. So the right arm. Sorry if you guys can hear my dogs barking. They're on guard duty, but they're a little bit trigger happy with their barking. Barking at every nice kid that goes by in the front of the house. Okay, so right arm. I'm assuming it's the exact same thing. 4 on the bottom, 5 on top, and the mini tank. Cool. All right, let's just rinse and repeat. Also, we will be having. Oops, I hit the firework button. There we go. We will be having our Polymaker spool giveaway, and that'll open up in 15 minutes. So for anybody wondering, I will post a link to that so you can fill out the form then. At least is a great resource for Clippers. Soft Slicer info even has some macros that are helpful. Interesting. I gotta look into that. I had no idea. I just know that Bamboo checks the input shaper correctness in real time, and if you move to another bench while printing, for example, it'll warn you. Yeah, it's really cool. I like that a lot. I think that that's something that could easily be implemented into Clipper. I would think, at least, especially with setups that have like CAN bus toolheads where the ADXL is permanently attached to the toolhead. I don't see how that couldn't be implemented back into Clipper or sort of added into Clipper. Just to do a base check, if you want it, maybe, like in your starting G code to see, hey, if within these parameters continue, otherwise, rerun input shaper or something along those lines. I'd be surprised if we don't see something like that at some point. It just seems to make sense, especially again with CAN bus becoming more and more popular, and a lot of these CAN bus boards, if not all of them, having an ADXL chip baked in. But yeah, when I moved the X1 carbon from in here to the garage, it sensed it and reran some of the input shaping. Good. Why are you not putting all the brass inserts in and then pushing them down? I don't know, Nappin. It's a great question. Because that would be far too efficient. For you, I'll do it. For the last two, look at that. They're already in place. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. There's a lot of things that I'm sure I just do because it's the way that I've done them, and they don't necessarily make sense, and they might not be the most efficient. So that's why I need you guys to say, hey, what are you doing, man? We'll try it for the bottom. We'll just install all four. Actually, for the bottom, yeah, we can still do it. Hey, Sim's in the house. My order from Mello did ship, Sim. It took a while. I don't know why. I know they're on the Chinese New Year, so that's probably the reason why, and they probably came back to a backlog of orders. But I think I'll have the Fly, whichever one we ended up talking about that I went with, should be here probably in the next week max. Quite a few of the things I ordered from AliExpress that same day already showed up. I ordered the CAN board from Victory Tech, and it's only one that has everything, includes a connector for a BL Touch. Oh, nice. Yeah, I got the Victory Tech ones in as well, and plan on doing a video on it. I just don't know what printer I want to install them on. I'm thinking about maybe the Rat Rig, the V Minion that I have, because the cable setup on that is just a mess. And I was originally going to install the breakout board, which definitely helps, but man, having CAN, hold on, I need to focus on these guys. Having CAN on that printer seems like it would make a lot of sense. My only issue is that the original plan was to upgrade it to the EVA 3 toolhead. So I need to figure out if that's what I'm going to be doing. I wonder if these heat inserts are a little bit larger than they should be. Because they're definitely pushing that plastic. Again, luckily I checked and it shouldn't be enough of an issue that it's gonna, as long as we can fit the I'm gonna measure. I have a feeling, are these supposed to be, it says that they're 5 mil on the bag, but I'm gonna check. Hey, is there in here? I want the CAN bus 4-port hub. I haven't seen that. Mello isn't even able to manufacture anything since 2023. Their factory has been shut. Oh, wow. This is the first time I've heard of that. I had no idea. Let's see. Nope, they're right on the money. I mean, 5.02, which is really what they come in, so. Okay, all right, so let's do one more tank. This one's already got it. Let's not burn ourselves. Slow and steady. It's a little bit crooked. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. All right, one last arm, and then we can, y'all can stop watching Heat Insert Simulator. Let's see, rear arm. Looks like same thing, 4 on the bottom, 5 on top, and our tank. So All right, we'll see if we can assembly line this, make it a little bit quicker. Just insert all 5 into the top. Like that. My only complaint about the TS100 pencil is there isn't heat insert tips. Oh, is the TS100 the small little, like tiny soldering iron that's USB chargeable and all that? My 5 spool is a pink Eastland ABS Plus or 5 thick. Nice. What do you have planned for the ABS? All right, let's do this. Alright. Looks good to me. Bottom 4, then our mini tank, the last mini tank, and then we are going to start assembling this. Background music is too high, frequency you're producing as we call it sound chamber, and a bit too loud. More dominant honors your voice. It's funny, I leave the music typically the exact same way, and usually it's fine, and normally, but then sometimes some say it's too high, so I can go ahead. Let's see. That should have loaded a bit. This is not. This is just so this is just dark gray Polylite Polymaker ABS. Hey, Caitlin, happy Wednesday. Hope you're doing well too. Thank you. H toolhead board, best options for EVA 3 with LGX. I don't have any opinion on that, Major. I haven't used any of the CAN boards yet. Love pink glaze on guitars, nothing like watching. I wonder why the total hours of YouTube content with people doing headset is probably more than entire video. Yeah. I guess I could have done this beforehand, but I didn't. All right, one last one, and then we are home free. I'm printing my Hydra parts right now in 3DX Tech PC carbon fiber. Wow, that is awesome. What machine are you printing them out on? Looks good. Yeah, we're good. We're calling it. Annex. Oh, nice. On the K3. Sick. I didn't see the start. Perhaps you mentioned it, but what size of bed are you going for? So we are upgrading. One second. Let me make sure I'm thinking while I'm placing the hot iron tip away. There we go. So we're replacing the stock 235 bed with the 275 bed. So this is, we'll go. This is what's going into it. So 275 by 275, although I did read somewhere that with the, was it with? I think you lose like 8 to 10 millimeters. I don't remember where I read it. I've read a lot of stuff between the Discord and online and stuff. Maybe Turtle or Dutch can say for sure, but I think you do lose 7 to 10 mil of that, at least in one direction. And I can't remember if it's the Hydra that causes that or what exactly it is, but I'm pretty sure I saw that somewhere. Would you recommend belted Ender 3 with Kevin Sam or Ender switchwire conversion upgrading my Ender 3? So, man, I have both. So, I have... also, in 3 minutes, we're opening up the giveaway, so I will do that in 3 minutes here. So I have the Kevin aka Sam converted. Basically, it's got, well, it's using the NG toolhead, but we did the belted Z on stream, and then I did the Clack Ender clicky probe setup on it, and it's running Clipper, and I love this printer. But the Switchwire is also one of my absolute favorite printers. The one big thing to consider is your budget, because the Switchwire, whether you source the underwire stuff or whether you self-source the underwire stuff or go with a kit, it's gonna cost a lot more. Like the Kevin aka Sam belted Z, I went with an AliExpress kit, and I think in total it was maybe like $30. And then his Clack Ender mod was like, I mean, sub $10. And I think he's got a toolhead of his own as well if you want to go with the cheaper toolhead. So I think that if I put them side by side, I like my Switchwire a bit more, probably because it's more of the customization factor of it. But man, if you're looking for like just sheer value to performance that you're getting out of it, it's hard to argue with what you get from going with one of his belted Z mods and the Clack Ender. And then again, I know that he has a toolhead too. I haven't looked as much into it, but from what I did see in his videos, it looks like a nice toolhead, and I imagine that it's relatively affordable, because that's sort of like, it seems like the goal is always to make the mods as accessible to as many people as possible, and keeping the price down is definitely a way that you do that. So overall, the Kevin belts cost $50. Yeah, so so it totally depends on. You cannot hit 275 in Y, but you can in X. Cool, that's what Turtle says there. Do you know how much you lose in Y roughly? Underwire conversion is typically, yeah, so the underwire conversion is $400 to $600 depending on what you have already, roughly. So we're talking substantially different cost price point. So it would make sense that, like, I love my Switchwire and it's all custom and all that. But yeah, if you're looking for best bang for buck and really cool mods that are very well documented as well, the Kevin aka Sam stuff's awesome. So it really just depends on, I can't make the decision for you. It totally depends on you, so. That's the cost of a P1P, yep. Yep. Sounds like I will do Kevin's belted Ender 3. Love the value aspect, especially as my Ender 2. Yeah, you can't go wrong with it. I'm telling, like, it's rad. And this Saturday's video is on the Clack Ender mod as well. So it's as step-by-step as I could make it. You definitely won't follow it in real time because I talk a million miles an hour, but it should help with referencing the existing documentation as well. And I've really enjoyed using it. It's a very cool implementation of Clicky. So, okay, let's open up the giveaway. It'll be open for half an hour like it normally is. This is for a spool of Polymaker filaments, PLA, ABS, PTG, or ASA, shipped anywhere in the world. And I will post it in chat. So just fill that out. You have 30 minutes to do so, and then we will draw. We'll draw live on stream. 3 more heat inserts. 3 more heat sets on the rear arm side. Oh crap, thank you. That's funny, I would have missed that. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so 3 inserts right here, I did not do, so let's get those. And then we'll be done with heat inserts. Fingers crossed, I'm planning to order a spool of ASA this weekend. Nice. what do you have in mind for the ASA? I assume usually ASA is something that, it's like a filament you get, well, not necessarily, but a lot of people get it with a certain project in mind. Okay, so we need to install 3 more heat inserts into these holes right here. So let's do that really quick. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm sure I would have caught it, but it very likely would have been much later on, potentially when it was mounted on the printer. Yeah, I'm excited for that video too. No, Model Armory talking a million miles an hour stating, so yeah. It's just me. Like, I get that it's not for everyone, and for some people it's impossible to follow. I get it. It's me. If I'm excited about something, I'm gonna talk fast about it. And to slow it down, to me, like, the beautiful thing with the video is you can pause it and rewatch me talking fast as many times as you want until you get it. But I just can't. If I slow down the way I'm talking, it kills it for me. I mean, I work on it, sure, but I also, my goal is to make videos that try to cover as much as quickly as possible, because time is valuable. And I know me, that when I'm searching for something and I see like a 40-minute video, even if it's got a lot of good info, I'm not watching it from beginning to end. I can't, my brain won't let me. I'm powering through it. So my goal is with the videos, like, hey, you probably need to pause things. You might need to reference some additional documentation, possibly if you're interested in more, which I'll link below. But yeah, I'm here to try to give you as much as I can as quickly as possible. Because again, it's the way I want information. And you know, I've done it for this long, and I've gotten feedback from some that love it and some that hate it, and that's totally fine. I accept that it won't be for everybody. And there's a lot of awesome creators out there that you know, might get the idea across better in a slower format. Overdue, yeah, I've told people. And it probably sounds sarcastic. I think I'm rude, but I tell them, hey, there's a half playback speed button for a reason, and like, I mean it completely, like, authentically. If I'm talking too fast, try slowing it down. But I do the same thing. Even when, you know, even my videos, when I'm watching them back in editing, I don't watch my videos back in real time. I speed them up to like 2x, and it's just chipmunk in my ears, so I can quickly edit and know where things go. So, all right. At least 100,000 likes that way. Exactly. There's definitely some people out that like that. Don't change your pace. There's always playback speed. Your videos feel super natural, so I wouldn't change the way you talk and present. Yeah, I agree completely. If I, in my head, am telling myself, hey, just slow down a little bit, it feels so wrong for me, because when I'm excited about things, and every time I'm making a video, like, I'm typically excited about it, for me to just, like, lower the playback, it screws up my whole flow and like myself. So yeah, I can't and I won't. So playback speed is an option, and again, if it doesn't work out, then there's no hard feelings on my end, you know. Okay, we've got all the heat inserts in place, I think. Thank you. I think it was Griffin that caught that. Or viewers would try speeding their brains up. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, different strokes, different folks. That's just, you know, the reality of it, and it's totally fine. All right, so we've got our heat inserts in. Don't burn ourselves. We've accomplished that. So next we're going to install the adorable rail. And we're going to start with this is the left arm. So we're going to grab our little rail. Also, for anyone that missed it, the giveaway is open. I'll mention it at least 2 or 3 more times. It's pinned in chat, and it is global. It is for a spool of Polymaker filament. Look at how these are so cute, man. I haven't done the Voron tap because the switch wire is not compatible. Although I do know someone that's using a dual linear rail version that seems to have pretty good results. So these are by far the smallest rails I've ever seen, and man, these are cute rails. M3 by 8, so 5 of these guys. It's weird when I slow down. It's so weird when I slow down. Tap is awesome. Yeah, I know that Nero. Oh.
Coming soon. Hug Monkey and Delilah 2 cause they are cute.
Thank you, Lisa. Used towards a date night with Aaron. Baby's coming soon. Hug Monkey and Delilah 2 because they are cute. Thank you very much for the $20, and I absolutely Will. She came back from California last Thursday. She was out there visiting family for a week, and I picked her up from the airport, and we went straight out on a date night because, yeah, we're within the 7 weeks now until the due date. So it's time is of the essence. So I really appreciate it, and the dogs are getting plenty of oops. Hopefully there's extra screws. The dogs are getting plenty of hugs and kisses. Where did they go? No. I imagine Paprika wouldn't have sent the exact amount of screws, so we'll find it later. Carpet is the bane of my existence. It's very comfortable compared to the laminate at our last place, but man, if you're playing around with small screws for builds and you're clumsy, which is totally me, then good luck. Get sleep now. Yeah, I'm trying. My sleep's been really bad lately. It's always bad. Like, I don't know. I feel there's some things I'm good at in life, and there's a lot of things I fail at. And sleep is one of those things where I just suck at getting a good night's sleep. My brain goes a million miles an hour. Like when the world's quiet, my brain's like, all right, it's time to have a party and think about all of the things that you need to do in your projects, and it's absolute just madness. So I really remember the weeks before my son was born. Cherish the time you have. Thanks. Yeah, we're super excited. Aaron just gave me a list of we're gonna put together a go bag for the hospital, so that way we don't have to think when it's go time. And we had our checkup. They moved to bi-weekly now, and then they'll be weekly very soon here. But I got the doctor's phone number in my phone as Baby SOS because I'm not going to be able to remember the doctor's name in the heat of the moment. I'm just going to be thinking, baby's coming. And so now I can just tell my phone to call Baby SOS or baby, and it'll call. So you need a big fan on high. It's the only way I can sleep. I do. So I agree. Temperature is a big factor for me when trying to sleep, that I don't do good when it's warm or do well when it's warm. The issue we have is Delilah is super sensitive to fans, and she's had ear problems a lot of her life. And so I try not to, because when it gets bad, like, I mean, her ears, she'll start shaking her head aggressively, and it's a nightmare. So we try to keep the air relatively low in here, but there's only so much I can do. But yeah, I agree. Kicking my feet out from underneath the blanket really helps. But yeah, I do my best work when it comes to video editing and nerding out on studying documents and videos and research for videos in the middle of the night. Like after Aaron goes to bed, usually like 10 to midnight is my sweet spot, even later. It used to be like 10 to 3 a.m. And I'm trying to get away from that, but it's tough because I'm so productive and I feel bad during the day because I'm not nearly as productive during the day. And my biggest issue is once what I describe as like the hamster being on the wheel and and I'm focused, it's very hard for me to break out of that. Like even if I physically pull myself away, my brain needs a lot of time to just detach from whatever topic it's grabbing data and fixated on. So is the bag for you or for Aaron? It's primarily for Aaron. I'm gonna have to run back and forth between the hospital to take the dogs in and out a couple of times, so it has mostly stuff for her, a couple of outfits for the baby, and like diapers and wipes, I think. And then for me, it's like toothbrush. That's all I get is a toothbrush. So try sleeping with a 58C thermal sensation. Sucks to be me without an AC. Wow. Put some magnets on the rail stops. It has them built in. You can hardly see them, but on the very end of these, there's little bumps, so the blocks can't slide out. Otherwise, yeah, putting magnets to prevent the bearing blocks from sliding out would be awesome. But yeah, it's got stops built in, which is awesome. Try audiobooks. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever listened to a full audiobook. I do have a book beside the bed. Most of it's like mindfulness, self-help stuff that I was trying to read for a while, but man, don't forget snacks. I've done 2 labors with my wife, 112 and 20. Okay, that's a good call. Yeah, I'll definitely get some like trail mixes and stuff. They're in the instructions as well. The slide blocking stuff. Oh, nice. Inserting heat inserts. Place a small end of the heat insert into the holes and start melting them. This will be used. Okay, so next up is magnet. So we did this, right, which is basically just attach rail, easy peasy. We've been working on the left arm and mini tank. It's time to install the mini tank onto the carriage. Grab the left arm and lower the magnet into the middle of the carriage as shown below. Okay, so let's grab one of those magnets that I stacked together so we didn't lose. You gotta be kidding me, where did the magnets go? Okay, I haven't moved, guys. I haven't moved. This happens to me all the time. I haven't moved. Oh, here they are. Okay, they're attached to the bag. I have to leave, going into my office. Hey, thanks for hanging out, John. Have a great rest of your night. Try white noise on the speaker. We do that every single night. Yeah, we do white noise, either ocean waves or thunderstorms or something like that. Install the car seat before it's time. Yep, the car seat we plan on doing 4 weeks out. So absolutely, that's in there. That's in there. It was stuck to the bag. Okay, so it says place this into the center of the block, and it looks like it's the side with the fillet, or the rounded side needs to be facing upwards. So cool. Not perfectly centered, and because of the fact that it's a magnet, it's all right. All right, let's try this again. I'm imagining I want the lip of it to be on both sides of. Great. I don't know how important it is for it to be perfectly centered right this second, but I feel like if I don't at least get it. Okay, new plan. Let's slide it and see if we can keep. I suck at getting this centered. It's just the reality of it. All right, we're gonna leave it there for a second. Basically, the block has a lip on both sides of it. I'm trying to get it so that both sides of the magnet are elevated on there, because it's gonna be really tough for me to get it up on this side of the lip when it's at an angle, but I'm not doing a great job at it. Okay, maybe it'll be fine once we get this in place. So let's just try it. The printed part, okay, the printed part will help. Great. I was like, I'm failing hard. Be loud when the baby is napping, so they don't get used to sleeping with. Oh, so they get used to sleeping with noise and won't wake up. Interesting. That's a like reverse. That's a strat I wouldn't have thought of. That's awesome. Hey, greetings from Germany. Hello. You missed a heatsink simulation, or not heatsink, heat insert simulation, and just tearing things out of the printer. Be prepared while you're doing video or projects. Huge shield will be in the way of losing things like my son during watching this live. I totally anticipate it. I put in the mini tank printed part and then placed the whole thing on the carriage. Ah, let's try that. Let's try that. That sounds like a better way of doing it, actually. Okay, so we're moving this off to the side. We're taking this. We're gonna take the little. Where's the ball? There they are. These guys. Anyone that's joined in the last little bit, we have a giveaway open right now. It's pinned in chat for a spool of Polymaker filament with global shipping. So if you have not, you still have time to enter in. Okay, so this should stick to that. Cool. Okay, so we've got ball, we've got magnet, and then we're going to insert it into a tank. So like this. Yeah, that does seem like an easier way to do it. Make the mini tank, be prepared, lower it onto the magnet and console ball. Your assembly should look something like this, and then we're gonna use more M3/8. Sweet. Yep, that seems to be the winning way to do it. I probably would be fine to do it also the other way, but yeah, like Dutch said as well, the plastic makes it much easier. So you don't have to be like me and try to perfectly center the magnet beforehand. Barrel to the inside. What? Oh, yep. Also insert it in the right direction. There we go. Okay, so the heat insert needs to go towards, makes sense, towards the end. Or the tank needs to be shooting towards the end of it, which it does show here. Towards the curved portion. Thank you. Yeah, this part's really cool. Turn the tank 100 degrees, the turret goes towards the bed. Yep, thank you. You got so focused on the magnet. Yeah, this part is really cool. Turn around. My daughter slept under the DJ table during, wow, that's impressive. Yeah, I keep joking with Aaron saying that like our baby is gonna be like this Zen Buddha baby that just comes out and is just super relaxed and mellow, and based off the amount of kicking that Aaron's experiencing, we're gonna be birthing a mini me, and if that's the case, we're in for some trouble. All right, I don't think we need to overclamp it. I love this part so much. Like the fact that it's called a mini tank, the way it all comes together, it's just a very cool, it's a very cool part. All right, this should be plenty tight. Awesome. I think that's, nope, that is not it. This system is used to prevent the console ball from spinning when installing and uninstalling the bed. A light, snug fit should be more than enough. Okay. So we're going to be installing a screw into the, what I'm calling the cannon of the tank, and it's just to help apply a little bit of pressure to the ball, so that way it's not free spinning when you're attaching it. So grab the assembly in M3. So this is the M310. Light fit is enough. Following image shows how it will lock in. Yeah, so it's just applying a little bit of pressure to the side of that ball. So, okay, let's grab a M310, which is right here. Hey, Panzer's in the house. Hey, Dutch is in the house. What's going on? Happy Wednesday, everyone. Humodu. Hey, Humodu. One of the few words I know, Panzer. I don't know how to say I'm not doing well. Usually my response is always Vada Bratak. Hey, yeah, I think being noisier on the kiddos is a good advice. All right, perfect. Aaron, I hope you're hearing this. We need to be as loud as possible to prepare the child. Right now I got, wait, what is happening? Boss, oh, nice, you got a Synology, very cool. Hey, Nice is in the house. Speaking of Nice. Yeah, saw that, great success. Hey, Alien, I thought you weren't gonna make it, Alien. It's, inte sabra. I don't know what that means. I think bra means, well, right? Very well. Vada bra, very well. Tak, thank you. Or tak so mycket. Very good. All right, so we have this in, and again, it says it's really loose, so I'm going to, like, that's it, just a light turn, and yeah, that's holding the ball in place. So I imagine these are only tightened, what, probably temporarily while you fix it in place, and then you want it to loosen it so it free spins? Not so good? No? Oh, not so good. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I only know a little bit. Let's see, my parent had 6 kids. My mom would regularly do things like vacuuming while we napped. To this day, the sound of vacuum is soothing. That's crazy. And it's really funny because it's the complete opposite of me. I hate the sound. The sound of the vacuum stresses me out. Like, my dad is the same way, and I remember him saying, like, my mom would be vacuuming, like he'd say something like, my blood pressure is raising, or something like that. And he would always go to the other room and close the door. And we got a new vacuum that's pretty quiet, and it's really nice. But man, yeah, even for me, the sound of the vacuum, it stresses me out. So I think that might be the answer then, because I would much rather it not stress him out and make it more of a soothing sound. So I guess vacuum time, sleeping time will be the time of vacuuming for us here. Yeah, inte sabra, not so good. Huh. Germs don't live in those frozen temperatures from last weekend. Just waking up, few minutes till I have to run out again, but wanted to stop by and get into that giveaway. Oh no, I didn't know you were sick. Sorry to hear that, man. I hope you feel better. I was feeling crappy last night. I told you guys in the Discord, but I got a good night's sleep and I feel much better. Yeah, those will be helpful when you lower the bed into the tanks. Perfect. Okay, let's move on. So that was left. We're moving on to the right. And I imagine it's going to be, again, the exact same thing since it's basically just a mirror. So, all right, put this off to the side. Grab the other one. Grab our linear rail. Let's cut out another one. Man, these are like vacuum packed in place. My cat's also stressed out when I use. Oh man, yeah. So we had two cats growing up. We had Sabrina and we had Misty. And Sabrina was, I don't want to say she was my cat. She was as much my brother's as she was mine. But I feel like she was definitely attached to me and always was hanging out with me. And she hated the sound of vacuuming. And there was one time I was holding her and my mom didn't know I was holding her. And my mom turned on the vacuum and she freaked. She like, if it was diving, it was like a double, you know, like a double swan dive backflip thing. It was crazy. And in the process, she also kicked me, and she kicked me so hard that she tore a hole in my shirt, like a pretty good sized hole, and I was just bleeding out of my chest. I mean, I'm not talking like, you know, it was a cat nail, right? So like, it wasn't like I was dying there, but it was a very like terrifying not even that, terrifying 5 seconds. In 5 seconds from it switching, she did this triple, you know, double, triple backflip thing, cut open my shirt, and my chest is stinging. Like, it was at that point where I became very scared to carry her and was always cautious about like what was happening around there. Yes, they are pre-greased. As far as I know, all of the honey badger rails are pre-greased, and I can see the grease coming out of them as I move them back and forth. So we're not in this case. I might eventually add a little bit more grease to the rail just to prevent with rusting, but they should be good to go as far as I know. I'm almost positive that's what Fabrico has told me in the past. So my cats are completely upside. They are way. Oh, interesting. They're interested in the vacuum. Yeah, no, not my Sabrina. Got to get them prusimeters. Already sick of water at this point, but it's the best thing for me. I'm sleeping in jail tonight. What'd you do, Nice? Old jail converted in a hotel. Oh, wow. Where are you, on the road for work or vacation, or? No lube today. Yeah, sorry, alien. No lube today. Just the old stuff that's been on here. To the point that you're turning on the Roomba and sitting on top of it. That's crazy. I will say, though, that the Roomba is much quieter of a vacuum than what we had growing up. We had, you know, like just your basic, turn it on and that thing screams. But yeah, I still don't think the cats would have liked the Roomba. I will say, one of the funnest things I did was my mom, she worked at Big Five, like their distribution center for a lot of years. And for those that don't know, like it's a sporting goods store. And we used to get like once a month insane deals, like 75% off most of the things in the store through my mom's job. And there was, they had these tiny little RC cars. I mean, almost the size of Hot Wheels that you would basically put on the controller. It would charge it up. And they didn't last very long. I don't think you got more than 5 or so minutes of juice out of each charge, but they were awesome. And I took one of the cat's toys, which was the mouse, and removed the stuffing from it and like sort of attached it to the top of the car. So I was RC driving around this little remote control mouse, and it was freaking awesome. The cat did like that. I mean, the cat was a little bit tripped out as well at the sound of it, because it did still, you know, make some sound as it was driving around, but that was fun. I had a lot of fun. I remember just laughing. Yeah, the little micro RC cars are sweet. They were very popular. I mean, I must have been, I probably couldn't have been older than middle school, so maybe 7th grade or so, when I remember them being quite popular. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Cats are a blast. I miss having kitty cats. Okay, so we'll do the same thing on this side. I'm imagining we're just doing magnet, ball, go inside the tank, tank goes in the right direction, which is towards the, away from the linear rail. And yep, one at the end. So let's grab another magnet, which is right here. Hello, missed the start, here now. Hey, what's going on, Timur? Work, I am in the Netherlands. Oh, nice. Baby Modbot's first mod. I've checked out RC Gato. Yep. I've always liked tinkering or building things. My parents got me, like, from a young age. If it wasn't Legos, it was like knockoff Legos or like the little Lincoln log cabins, or I used to make, me and my brother would make like car garages with Jenga blocks and stuff like that. We were always building stuff. Okay, so we've got this. We need the tank now. Going in the tank like this, and then direction, it should be going towards that way. So I think, right? Yes. So like that. Okay, lined up, beautiful. Already used 600 gigabytes, that's crazy. I don't know how much space I've got left on my Synology drives. I've got 4 drives in there, and I think in total it's like 16 to 20 terabyte. And it's way overkill. I don't save any of my YouTube footage, I just save the final video. I don't know why I don't save any, I don't. I'm not very much of a digital hoarder. I just keep things in real life. And yeah, the only things I use it for is on, I'm sure Android has it, on iOS, it'll auto back up your photos and videos, which is really nice to have. So you don't need to use things like iCloud. And then we also have some security cameras, and they feed directly into the Synology, which keeps it for a set amount of time. Like Synology has a very cool security suite where it'll keep it for a certain amount of time, then it'll just basically overwrite that sector once it's run out of space. But yeah, the Synology's, it's super convenient. I really like having it. There was an RC racetrack near me. I used to take someone to watch them run, really quite a lot of fun. Yeah, I've heard from RC people that most of the fun in RC building is also just like building the RC cars because of how much and how often things break. And I think it's also quite an expensive hobby. My dad took me one time to a track as well that was maybe 45 minutes away from where their house is, and it was like gas RC cars, and man, those things haul, and there's some pretty big jumps. Definitely fun to watch. I could see that being a blast, but I still think that it would break my heart to crash them. And at least with things like the Death Racers, you know, it's 3D printing, so you can easily replace, well, easily. You can replace the printed part, and typically I don't think it's costing you too much, but with some of those RC stuff, they can be pretty pricey. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is take another one of the M310s and insert that into the end of the tank. Yes, yes, and yes. It's so fun to build and mod. Yeah, I'm sure it is. It looks awesome. I posted a picture on the Discord. Okay, I'll take a look in a second here. Because of how often stuff breaks, 3D printers be like that. You talking about me? It's the same here. Someone posted something about Voron and being that like they're always having, or they're always like fiddling with it, and so they're not really up that often. And I will say that, like, not that the Voron printers aren't reliable. I think if you built it completely stock to spec and did nothing else with it, it would be a great printer. But they definitely, it's most of us that are building them have a difficult time not being fascinated by little things like mods and upgrades, and so you're like never really done. And I do understand that aspect of it because I mean, I'm certainly that way. Oh, it's 3 o'clock. Anybody that has not signed up, I'll give you another minute here. There is a pinned link in the chat for the Polymaker Filament giveaway. We'll be drawing in like in like a minute. So click on it now because I'm going to remove the link, and then I'm going to give you 60 seconds to quickly fill it out, and then we'll do the drawing. RC quadcopters cost a ton with breaking props too. Yeah, quadcopters is something I've been interested in for years. I mean, I would argue a decade. I remember seeing, I think it was Tech 2C when I got my first 3D printer in 2014, showing these small 3D printed quads. And I've been so close to buying like DJI drones for doing some footage out in nature, and I just haven't pulled the trigger on them yet. I was pretty stoked to see Nero diving into the FPV stuff because it's something I'm very much so interested in as well. So who knows, maybe eventually we'll do something along those lines as well. But I don't think I could take on any new hobbies at this point. That's why I have multiple printers, when you like to tinker with them, so you always have one working and one with its guts open on the workbench. I agree. We have a, like, there's a, I don't know, it's a saying in a lot of places, but I know we've done it, or talked about it on chat, but like one is none, and you know, what is it, 2 is 1 or something like that, so the right number is n plus 1. Okay, let's do this. Let's do the drawing. So how many entries do we have? 127. Wow. How many people? I haven't looked at how many. We have 129 people here. Thank you, everybody. If you have not hit the like button, please do. It'd be awesome to hit 100 likes. That was more than I was expecting. Okay, give me a sec then. Since we're over 100, I have to download a quick spreadsheet. Downloads, extract all. I don't think I've looked at the stream window once since it's gone live today. Okay, I've got that. Bear with me. Okay. Oh, great. Today's what? Today's the 8th? I still have last week's open too, so that's confusing. Okay, replace existing file. All right, it's uploading. Give me a second. Should be good. Click on you. Beautiful. Should be everybody's name. Yep, 127 people. Awesome. Okay. Boom. And there we go. Any chance we will get the podcast back? Do you mean the Maker's Minute podcast from a couple years ago? Okay, before we do the giveaway, last thing I want to say is, as always, a massive thank you to Polymaker. Polymaker is an awesome company. They make really high quality filament that I've been using for at least, I want to say at least 5 years. It's been in my cycle of filaments, and they've been sponsoring the streams and the community as a whole heavily for the last year or two, and they're just constantly innovating, making new filaments, new colors, and they're awesome. So if you are wanting to purchase Polymaker filament, there's a link down below in the description. If it's your first time, there is a discount code for that as well. And again, just massive thank you to Polymaker for being awesome. For anyone that's new to this, this will allow you to get a PLA, ABS, ASA, or PETG spool. Other than their exotics, if you're outside of the US and Canada. If you're in the US or Canada, they've changed up their way they're doing things now, where you actually get a $40 coupon code that also applies towards shipping. So that will allow you to, if you wanted to get something else, you can now do that. You can apply it towards that and then pay the difference, or go with something within that price range. So that's something quite new that Polymaker is doing for specifically Canada and the US. That's why we have to ask in the form now locations, so that way I know. All right. On that note, let's do some shuffling here, and thank you, Polymaker. Good luck, everybody. Here we go. G-Funny! G-Funny! You are our winner, buddy! Congratulations, man. There we go. I don't know, have you won a Polymaker giveaway before? We're gonna do some air horns and some confetti. G-Funny was sponsoring filament giveaways on this stream before Polymaker jumped on board. He was sending out his own filament, so massive congratulations to G-Funny. Very awesome. And yeah, with our new policy, you get a $40 coupon code, so you can use it towards anything now. So hopefully, I'm sure you've got a project that you can use it for. But yeah, congratulations, man. Really quickly, I wanted to talk about, I'll send you the info via Discord, since I know your Discord info. Let's see, confetti off. Okay, so, scrolling up here to where did you ask? Get a gift card, buy more filament, get one, G-Funny. Fixed, G-Funny said fixed. That's funny. Okay, so Griffin was asking about the podcast. So for anyone that doesn't know, I started a podcast called Maker's Minute, and this would have been, whew, gosh, let's see. This was a long time ago. I'm surprised let's see, if we go to just Modbot, there should be a playlist for it. I think we had in total 6 episodes. Playlist. Yeah, Maker's Minute. 7 episodes. The first one was with Chuck. This would have been 2020. Yeah, it's been a minute. Coming up on our 3-year anniversary. No, we passed our 3-year anniversary. That's crazy. Yeah, so basically, the reason why I started it was I don't talk to as many, I don't get a chance to talk to as many of the awesome both creators and community members out there, whether it's designers or people just doing cool stuff. And so my goal was initially to have a podcast, and it was structured as a live stream podcast where I had a list of questions, and I often, because of everyone that knows me, can't stick to the script on things very well, would just start talking about random things. How'd you get into this? What's your favorite 3D printer? All sorts of different things. And it was a ton of fun. And it was a live stream podcast. And then the podcast, I would rip the audio and upload it to like Spotify and Google Play and stuff like that. And it only lasted for 7 episodes. And the reason being was it became insanely difficult for me to find people I could depend on for it. I had, I think, 3 different hosts or guests that either didn't end up replying or bailed last minute or something like that, and it was pretty disheartening. And on top of that, the videos weren't performing that well, which sucked because I really enjoyed them, and it's definitely not all about performance, but the amount of work that went into scheduling it, getting the guest, putting it all together, it was a ton of work, and it just in the end didn't end up working out. And maybe I would do something again like this. I think it's much easier. I was on a podcast for 3 years called Mod Chat, which was on video game hacking and modding, and it was much easier having a secondary dedicated co-host and then having, you know, the occasional guest if it works out, but you've at least got somebody to bounce your ideas off of. But podcasting and doing this stuff is very, very, it's still very, very time consuming, and I just don't feel that right now, at least especially with our kiddo coming, I can take on any additional projects or things like that. But I wouldn't be off, you know, I wouldn't be against doing something occasionally. Like, I don't know, like, Edge of Tech is a beast for doing a weekly live stream type thing. There's no way I could do that, but once a month, maybe. If we had the right, you know, the right person or the right co-host, I think that, like, if somebody like Nero or Steve or somebody said, hey, I want to do it once a month, just ranty podcast type thing, I could be on board with that. It has to be the right setup, and I don't like committing to things I can't stick with, and so that's my biggest difficulty right now. So that's quite a bit of ranting, but that's, yeah. So that's it. Great to wrap up the workday. Catch y'all next time. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Am. Yeah, I did enjoy them, Griffin. Just like, look, that sucks. Maybe a pre-recorded one and not scheduled. Maybe that could work. I think you should do a video showing the baby how 3D printing works. Yeah, maybe a zombie hedgehog. That would be cool. Yeah, zombie. I mean, I was zombie. Well, I seen that Maker Deck is doing a bit more on YouTube, which makes me excited because I just have a difficult time with Twitch. It doesn't, for some reason, it doesn't open it in the app, and I have to use the browser, and it's kind of meh. So I sometimes will watch a little bit of Maker Deck stuff or Zombie's late night streams, but like I'm rarely in chat because I'm on my phone, it's not signed in, and it's playing through the browser. So I wish Zombie was on YouTube, but I'm sure he has his reasons. Even though I think Zombie might be starting to transition to YouTube, so. Okay, let's continue on with the Hydra. Thank you everyone, as always, for listening to the rants. Okay, so we're done with the side ones. We're moving on to the straight rail, which I think is gonna be the exact same thing pretty much here, which is rail on top, tank towards the other side. Yeah, nothing changes. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the thing. Yeah, I did see that you guys have started to transition a bit to YouTube, which is really cool. I've always said, like, I don't have anything against Twitch, and in my earlier days online, I spent a lot more time on Twitch. I was watching a lot of video game stuff primarily, but I liked the platform. I just don't spend as much time on it. I'm constantly on YouTube for either research or just for fun, and you know, not that you guys should have to cater to me by any means. You have to do what's right for you know, yourselves, but yeah, I find myself watching a lot more streams and content on YouTube than Twitch. For whatever reasoning. So hey, what's up, Lukey boy? How's it going? He's making the switch slowly. Yeah, we'll get him over here. We'll get him over here. All right, let's do this last rail. But yeah, I've definitely caught probably more zombie streams than he realizes. I'm not in chat often because it's usually on my phone and it's super late and it doesn't have me logged into my account. So I'm just watching kind of like the chat and stuff like that. He was showing off the Rook the Rook the other day, and I caught that, portions of it at least. And that was I watched that on Twitch, just again, not logged in. All right, last adorable rail goes on here. Same bolts, big bag of bolts. I vote for a Swedish only stream. Oh, my mom would be so proud if I did a Swedish only stream. My Swedish is so bad, and it's all my fault. My mom tried when I was younger to teach me Swedish, like sub 10, and I just laughed at her and like was like, I don't want to learn, and like it sounds funny, and then as I got older and you know became a little bit less of a moron, I regretted it. You know, I mean, all my family in Sweden speaks great English, fantastic English, but it would just be cool. It would be very cool. The only ones I remember, you know, again, was like, hey, hur mår du, vad är bra tack, good, and then, you know, how was dinner? Väldigt gott. Or I used to, my cousin, who's now in college, so it feels very weird, because in my head, since I haven't seen him in, God, 17 years, he's a little kid, I used to chase him around at my grandparents' summer place and say, kom jag tar dig, which means, I'm coming to get you, and he would just laugh running around. So yeah, I've got like very weird, like I know how to say butt is squat. That's how you say butt in Swedish. I learned some of those words. But yeah, my Swedish is quite bad. Swedish sounds like a Sims language. Yeah, my accent's quite poor too. So it sounds, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing things that great. I know that my mom, like when she speaks some words, she has to she rolls her tongue for some of the words, and I can't do that. I'm broken, I can't do that, so. Are you on Twitch? I'm not on Twitch, no. Well, that's not entirely true. Like I have a Twitch platform where I used to stream video games like a decade ago, but yeah, I don't stream on Twitch, so I would say a more accurate thing is no, I'm not on Twitch. I debated on it when I created this channel, because the stream channel is only a 1.5 years old. I was originally going with Twitch. I told myself, all right, cool, let's diversify, let's do a different platform, yada yada. And I didn't. I can't remember why I didn't at the time, but I didn't, so. All right, last magnet's going in. We got magnet, we've got ball. It looks like they provide you with an extra ball, which is good, because I could totally see this falling on the ground and rolling away to never be found. All right, last tank. It's going like this, and then we're having the cannon facing towards the outside. Like that. Awesome. Cool. Let's get these screws in. Rolling Reiter. Yeah, I can't roll my R's. I don't know why. I've tried a lot of times in my life. I just cannot do it. Super random. When I was younger, I mean, I probably was very young. I was at a babysitter's. I was being babysat. And again, I have no idea my age. I imagine I was like 6 or something like that, but I don't know. And the babysitter gave me a knife for dinner, like with dinner. Not the knife wasn't to be eaten. I think this is my memory of it. I don't know exactly how it played out, but somehow I got a knife. and it was just a butter knife, but being young and stupid, I put the butter knife in my mouth and cut my tongue. And so I have a like split on the end of my tongue. And that's been my excuse for why I can't do it, because I cut my tongue and have like a split on my tongue. So yeah, very random. It's not like a lizard, you know, like when you get that done or whatever. It's very, very small in comparison, but that has been my excuse my whole life for why I can't roll my R's, and I'm sticking with it. So yeah, she was a great babysitter also, by the way. She was very sweet. Yeah, and I don't know why or how I ended up with a knife. She probably didn't just hand it to me. Maybe I grabbed it. I don't know. And it was a butter knife, not like a, you know, not a buck knife or something like that. I think Mom about will leave when we start. Yeah, I have a lot of readings in Sweden that has split tongues. That's a bad excuse. Yeah, very random fact. Yep, I remember. She had like I think a couple of adopted sons, and one of them I'd hang out with a lot. He had a PS1 in his room, I believe, and had a bunch of like Pokemon cards that we play around with. You get a lot of random facts on here that won't make it into a video. A question about the base Merc 1.1 build. Where are the parts that require multiple copies shown? Hope this is not a stupid question. No, it's not a stupid question at all. It should be in the BOM. So if you're talking about printable parts, I'll show you in a second here, actually. Oh God, itchy nose. Okay, so if we go back to here. So this is on docs.zerog.1, but if you just type on Google ZeroG printer, you'll find the website. And if you go under Mercury 1, under bill of materials, I believe it's under bill of materials, might be under, nope, under printed parts. So under the next page, it'll tell you, yes, yeah. So pretty much all of them are single printing, right? So these are just one, just one, just one. Then you get down here and it'll say ×2. But this isn't all of it. So actually I don't, maybe Dutch or Turtle has a better explanation, or better, I don't know, definition of that, because these don't have, I'm not seeing the little like spacers or the standoffs, and I think you need multiples of at least 2 on those as well. So ZeroG says the configurator has it all. So all you do is go Mercury 1.1 configurator. So let's just say Z adapters. So you choose your printer. We'll just do this really quick here for fun. Tooth idler, what kind are you going? Standard or mellow? We'll go standard. Tension plate, I went with I went with T-nuts. So get files. And, oh, there you go. Yeah, so check it out. If you need multiples, it just basically has it set up. So instead of like on the boron stuff where it has the name of it ×2, this just says like, hey, here's the first one, here's the second one. So you basically just print out a singular copy of each thing in here, and that covers your bases. Yeah, that's awesome. Cool. I should have known that, but I forgot, so. Marcus in 3D liked, thank you. You start to make me feel old when you say he had a PS1 in his room. It was released 30 years ago, yeah. I loved my PS1. I got the PS1 when the PS2 came out because I felt like the PS2 was too expensive, and so my parents got me the mini PS1, and I loved the PS1. Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, what else did I play on that thing? A lot of Spyro and a lot of Crash Bandicoot. I'm sure there's a handful of other games. What is this about, our new podcast? Yeah, we were talking about me and the podcast I used to run and why I stopped it, and that, you know, if there was like a once a month thing and there was a guaranteed guest host or like co-host, it'd be much easier for me. I just can't commit to like a weekly podcast. It's too much. And when it was just me running the thing, it was very difficult. I found out that it is tough to get people and to rope them in and commit to a time. People are flaky, they don't get back to you, and I don't hold it against them because everyone's lives are very busy, but I just don't like it's too difficult depending on all of the different, like so many different people versus having like, hey, this is your co-host, you can trust this person because you know this person. So that's all. Gran Turismo, yes. Yep. Okay, good times and no updates, yeah. Okay, so I think we're done with that part of the assembly. So okay, we've been streaming for 2 hours and 21 minutes. Let's do a little bit more. I wanna carry on a little bit more. So let's grab, I think next we're gonna be installing things onto the printer. Turtle or Dutch or anybody that has one of these, what's the best thing to install next? Should I start with the motors or start with the rails? Start with installing the rails. Okay, so let's see. Back of the printer is this way, like this. Let's back you guys up a little bit. Did you print the new feet? I did print the new feet. Should I put the feet on? We need to zoom out a little bit, I think. There we go. Yeah, let's put the new feet on. We're on manual focus, so let's, there we go. I do the skirts next. Okay, cool, we'll do that then. So, the 4 feet are down here on the ground. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Banana. Yeah, that's why I've been co-hosting the Polymaker streams recently. Yeah, having a person to bounce things off of is really nice, especially someone that you can, like, you know, right? Like your person, because like, thank you very much for the banana and the $1.49. It's very tough to, like, not everyone's compatible with each other, right? Like, you need different energy types and different knowledge to contribute to the conversation. So, but yeah, if you find someone that you mesh very well with, it is a very positive thing. But yeah, not everyone is, I mean, just like any relationship, you've got to have personalities that don't clash and that complement each other well. Giveaway form is still pinned. Thank you very much. Usually Alien yells at me, but he's sick, so we're gonna cut him some slack. Referring to that I cannot finish projects. Okay. So, the new feet, let's see, I don't think they're all the same except for one, right? With the switch, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, what the heck? I thought I had a foot that had a switch pole on it. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, there's no way I lost a foot. These things are huge. Okay. So, as far as attaching these, my concern is whether I have enough hardware to attach all those. What bolt size is recommended for these? I mean, it looks like M5. Is it M5 by 8s and then just some T-nuts in the bottom? Hey, Panzer, thank you for becoming a member for another month. 7 months. Time flies. I agree. It is scary how quickly time flies. I'm assuming it's probably M5, and I think I've got a bag of T-nuts in M5 by 8 somewhere. M5-8, yep, cool, all right. I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see, those are M540s. Now, the question for me and for myself is always, where in the world did you put the thing that you ordered? Okay, so we've got the T-nuts that Turtle's best friend. We're talking about these T-nuts and how they kind of suck. And then we've got M5-8s. How many do we have? 2, 4. We got enough. We've got enough. So let's tilt. Let's flip you over like this. You know what? I don't know if I have enough of those bolts, actually, when I think about it, because I imagine the skirts are probably going to need the exact same ones. So we'll start with the feet and see how it goes. Wait a minute. Nope, I'm being a goofball. Okay, so 2 per. What are these for? These on the underside. So I'm looking at this and I see it looks like there's 2 T-nuts, or 2 bolts and 2 T-nuts. They're going to go towards the extrusion, and then I see a pocket for what looks like an M5 nut here. which I'm imagining is to hold the foot in place. But are these used for anything? Oh, gotcha. It's so that, yep. They're just pockets for the tools. Okay, that makes sense. Seems mildly obvious now that you said it, but thank you. Okay. So let's remove our old feet. I have a lot of spare parts, Dutch. Where all of the spare parts are, that is my biggest issue. Things are not in... Most of the things that I have do not have dedicated places, which I'm working on. Where the hell? There we go. Okay. And as far as the switch goes, let's see. Okay, 1 foot out. I thought you was a lot of your followers had a lot of loose screws. Interesting. So this, will this bolt fit? Kind of. I guess that works. Rest in peace, my wallet. Just got a new soldering iron for those heat set insert tools. Ooh, the Hacko's nice. Hacko's a nice wallet. I had a PDF on the skirt zip. Oh, really? 1 second here. All right, let's see. Skirt zip, download. Okay. Are you sure? I see STLs and DXF files in the skirt zip file. 1 second here. I want to make sure that I'm not showing anybody's info. Yeah, in the, yeah. Well, I did place an order talking to Turtle. Okay, so we'll put the feet on. We won't get the skirts on today. Talking to Turtle right before the stream, or a little while before the stream, I ordered a bunch of T-nuts, so I will have enough. I don't right now. So we'll install the feet on the corner, so that way at least we're elevated. Yeah. But yeah, I don't see the, why are you putting that bolt in there? That's a great question. I guess it doesn't need it. For some reason, I thought that I was, for some reason I thought that it was going into the extrusion, but these are the 2 bolts, so I don't need to install that. The most recent update, I don't see it. I think this is the most recent one. And when I downloaded it, oh no, I showed emails, sorry. It looks like just DXFs and STLs. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, so let's see if I can find a bolt that'll work for this. I don't know if I have... Okay, sweet. So we've got M5 nuts, which is good, because I imagine that's what we're going to need. That screw sending out 10 millimeters to frame. You need to take it out. Yeah, thank you, Luke. Did I miss the giveaway drawing? You did. There will be one next week, though. Yeah, this, too many things going on in my head right now. All right, this needs to come out. For some reason, when I was installing it back in, I was thinking in my head, this helps hold the extrusion in place, but it is certainly not the case. All right, let's take off all the old feet. I'm on mobile, not home yet. Oh, no worries. Yeah, there's go to the Discord, check the pins again. Okay, I'll check right now. I did just check a second ago and I didn't see it. How deep is the snow? There's no snow right now. I'm sure there is if you go east or further north. But here, yeah, there's no snow. It's actually been fairly warm. It's been in the upper 40s. I think it's supposed to hit 50 in the next couple days here, so it's been nice. Aaron and I have been going for walks the last couple days. Probably go, if I can convince myself, right after this stream. Okay, let me, before I do any screen stuff, I'm closing out of this page, and this page, and this page. All right, Turtle is saying that there is a bomb. Files PDF has more images. Okay, so there must be a PDF in. There we go. Cool. Okay, so this is what you need: heat inserts, M5 hex nuts, the rubber feet. Yeah. Okay, Terrell, you got it. I was looking in the download zip file. So heat inserts we'll need to install into the. Oh wow, I didn't know you had all this. This is sweet. Okay, so that needs to go on the back skirt. Cool, so that's what we're looking at right now. And we need, what is recommended, an M5 by 18 socket head. Let's see if we've got those. Got an M520. It's very typical, my luck. I feel like an M520 will work fine. It's just gonna stick out a hair more. Yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue. We'll just go with the 20s. They are socket heads. Cool. I was thinking that you were going to have a lot. I guess you picked it. Yeah, I thought we were gonna have a lot too. Well, not a lot, but more than we've had. So I'm curious to see if this is it or if there's gonna be more. Because this was nothing. Like this was nothing at all in terms of like, if this is the amount of snow that we need to get used to, then it won't be an issue at all. It just wasn't a lot, but still nice, right? Like it was very cool. It was really cool to get some snow. Dude, I hate this box of screws. One sec. Every time I've opened this for a build, I don't understand. There we go. Okay. It hasn't been bad at all. Like for either Aaron or I to get adjusted to, which is really nice. Okay, so try to show this a little bit, but there is a nut trap in there where we're dropping this nut into, and then flipping this over, big rubber feet, bolts going in, and then I need probably the 4. Yeah. Longer will work. Awesome. Oh wow, yeah, that's. So it's just a few turns. I'm using, it doesn't look like you have to use them, but I've got nylon lock nuts, so that's what I'm using. And I think they're a little bit smaller. Nope, we're good. Okay, I don't want to go tighter than that. We're gonna break it, but that's how it looks. So much beefier feet, which they have an option, or they either have an option or they give you the choice to use the smaller feet that it comes with. But man, they look so kind of wimpy on this big printer once it's all said and done. So I'd recommend getting these. I just got these off Amazon for, I think they were $1 each or something like that. Really inexpensive. Okay, moving on to the next one. Same thing. How's you're in Vegas, right? CNC, how's Vegas been? Pretty sure that you settled in there now some months ago. I don't want to go too tight. I'm going pretty tight, but I just don't want them to spin. Cool. Okay, so let's install, looking at here. So it looks like the front right is the one that's going to have the switch in it, which I'll have to figure out the switch a little later because I definitely snapped it earlier. And so we're just going to use 2 of these. Turn it at an angle so hopefully we can see it a little bit more. Raise you guys up a little bit. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, I am thirsty. One sec, guys. It's like, that's your chat. I think it's because I need to drink water. Vegas has been good. Only twice did it get below freezing. Awesome. Paying like a quarter of the amount that I was for utilities in San Diego. That's awesome. Yeah, I just talked to my parents and they hardly run the heat for their house. Like, they keep it real low. And I think that they were paying $250 for their last gas bill. And we leave the heater on pretty much exclusively. Like, it's always, excuse me, on like 72. Since I work here and I'm here like 24/7. I like to be at least comfortable, and I think our bill didn't get above, I don't think it got above like $100, which is nuts. Don't drink water, drink coffee. It's like water, but it's passed through jump machine. Okay, so these bolts are not gonna work. That kind of sucks. Ah! Hold on, let me try this 1 second. Yeah, I don't think these bolts are gonna work. These are flat bolts. I think that the heads on them are quite a bit larger. These are the bolts. I don't know. Is it we autofocus on or not? Nope, we don't. These guys. Panhead, right? And I don't know if they're gonna work with these. So I either need to figure out where I've got more. Let's try it one more time. It just doesn't look like it's... I don't think this is going. Of course I have awkward screws. Nope, we're going. It's a tight fit though. Delmar. Hey, have a good night, Delmar. Okay, I was able to get it through. I don't think it goes through as far. We'll try it. We'll see if I can get it to work with these two nuts. I think I ordered these specifically for the Kevin aka Sam belted Z build. Awkward screw. Question 2, are the rubber feet in the bomb or where they can be purchased? Yeah, I got these on Amazon. I can, let me see, I'll probably just post a link. I don't know if you're in the States or not. Okay, I'm searching feet and I'm getting weird. The hell, I don't know what would these have been under? Rubber? There they are. Yeah, these were, okay, 50 cents each. I lied. They were not a quarter each. I'll post these here. Yeah, so it seems like it's working with a little bit of force, but I certainly wouldn't recommend sourcing these button heads or flat heads. Like the socket head's probably the best to go with, but let me see if I can. It seems to fit on one side, so I'd like to think I can get it on the other side. There we go. Yeah, I just don't, shit, the T-nut fell off. Okay. Yeah, I would highly not recommend going with these screws for this build. But if I can get them in place, it's all that really matters. So, okay, let's see if I can get these to turn. I don't know if I will be able to.
Yeah, I don't think these are gonna work. Something tells me that it's not able to go all the way through, so I'm not getting as much of the end of the screw. And because these are hammerhead T-nuts, they need to spin in place. I don't think I've got, no, I don't have enough depth. Okay, check one last thing, and if not, the feet will have to wait. Got M5. I got M5 by 8, no, M5 10s from my switchwire build. Let's see how far these go. We'll be home in 10 minutes, just picked up dog food. Yeah, let's try these slightly longer screws. Hopefully they, my concern with these is whether they'll actually scratch the extrusions, but we'll see. These are also button head too, so. Yeah, button head don't fit. At least they don't seem to be fitting. Yeah, we need socket head. All right, I'm gonna order socket head screws right this second. 1 second. Okay, M5 by 8 millimeter socket head. There we go. M5 by 8. 50 pack of them. Beautiful. We're sure 8 millimeters is what we need? Oh, 10s are right. Okay, let me look in the... Oh, okay. No, M5. No wonder they were too short then. So M5 10s are what we need. I don't think I've got them. Let me check one last time. And then if not, yeah, this thing starts at 20. I've got huge M5 bolts. And then in here I've got I've got four. I've got four socket heads. No, we're not doing this. we're gonna get matching bolts, man. Hard times. Scraping through the scraps bin. Okay, M5 by 10. It says it'll be here Friday. That's fine. We're gonna get 100 of them. Package of 100. Bye now. Okay, ordered. We'll have them. Doesn't the Hydra kit... I don't think... So Hydra kit does come with... These look like M5 by 10s, but I anticipate these are for something else. If he can hear you. It does have them, but my concern is that these are for something else. I don't want to just take them if... Do we know if these are for something else, or can I steal these? Motor mounts, okay. Yeah, I don't want to take them then. I figured there's a use case. They wouldn't have just given them. I have one last place I can check. Last place, and that is, I think that the Mercury 1.1 kit from Fabrico, I took all of the extra hardware for it. And I'm pretty sure I shoved them into a bag. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I guess I didn't. I don't know. That sucks. Well, I mean, I could take, since we're not, if we're doing the feet right now, and I've got 100 of the M5x10 socket heads coming this Sunday, we'll have them by next week for the motor mounts. So we can go ahead and use these for the feet. So we will take these because I have more coming. I just ordered them and they'll be here in 2 days. They're M5 8 socket heads, Pi. But I just ordered 100 of them from Amazon. That'll be here on Friday. And if these ones are needed for the motor mounts, and right now we're doing the feet, which is my first focus, that'll let us get a little bit further. We'll just use these and use the ones when they come in on for next week's stream. Yeah, these fit way better. It's crazy what happens when you get the right size. You got the right size parts. So, did you put in all heat sets into the skirt files? No, I haven't done. I haven't done the heat sets. I might do that later on. We'll see. Let's get the feet on, Dutch. I didn't realize in my mind, order of operation was building the like tearing everything out, building the Hydra parts like we did, and then installing the rails. I didn't realize that that it made more sense to do the feet and the skirts first. Otherwise, I would have planned for it, but it's okay. All right. Let's try this again. We are in. Doing my best to align this with the edge here. It's definitely not squared frame. Because having this printed part on, which is relatively flat, even that looks kind of off, but it's okay. All right. I've got 20. Do you want some? I think we're okay. I think we're good. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Pi. Oh, this is stuck. There we go. Because I don't think we're gonna get to the motor mounts today. Otherwise, I would say yeah. If for some reason those ones don't show up or they get delayed that I just ordered, then I will absolutely take them. I'll absolutely take them at that point, but I think we'll be okay. Thank you, though. Okay, foot number 2. So maybe we should do... Can't make up my mind on what I want to do. Maybe we should do the skirts at the same time. Since we have this on its side, it probably makes the most sense. Thanks for the feet link. I ordered some for my underwire. Better than the compressor feet. Yeah, they're really nice. Really nice feet. Just a little bit. All right. Oh, I realized that our little cap popped off on the other side. We'll remove that for now. There we go. Put the correct feet with the switch on the right place now. I did. The one with the switch is on the front right. I'm not putting the switch in yet because I want to take a look at it a little bit later. I snapped the snapped the prongs on it when removing it, or like the things that hold it in place. It's probably fine, but I want to look at it before I just slap it into this part. So these feet are new feet, or newer feet. I know that Turtle, I think only released them a couple weeks ago, right, Turtle? And I believe that he has them linked. Nice. I think he has them linked in the Discord. 1 second here. Make sure I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, so here. So if you go, I'm sure you're in the ZeroG Discord. If you go down to electronics, there's a thread called Electronics Bay, and it's pinned. So it should be here, feet. These feet. Feet 1 to B, I believe. Yep. Yep, so that's where they are. And then I think because we need, oh nice, so we can use button head. Oh sweet, okay, yeah, we can do the skirts. It looks like the skirts don't need to be socket head, so let's do that then. Sweet. All right, we're going, yeah, Dutch is right. We're going back to heatsink. My goal, okay, based off current timing and stuff, my goal for today is to finalize feet and finalize the skirts. Yep. I don't have the bottom panel yet. I was talking to the Turtle about that too. I got the acrylic in yesterday, but I just got in, this just showed up today, which is the O-flute cutter for it, but I'm gonna need to cut them out. So maybe between this week and next week, that will be my goal. Okay, so skirts. Is there anything unique about the different skirts other than the one that goes on the back? Let's see. A sec, let me grab all these skirts really quick. Okay. Okay, so let's see. This skirt looks this. Nope, these are not the same. So this looks the same as this. You are clearly different. You are different. You are the same as you. You are the same as you. You are also clearly different. I feel like I might have printed out an extra one based off what I'm seeing here. Okay, so they all look the same, like mirrored versions of each other, and then one different one. And this must be for our plug, which is right here. So it looks like I printed out both, and this appears to be the correct one. So cool. So you are extra piece that I printed out. Okay. There is always duct tape. Would probably work. Nope, just one for the back. Okay, cool. There's not where. Hey, what's up, Chris? Happy Wednesday. Okay, so heat inserts appear to be going into the bottom of all of them. It looks like 2 per. Does that sound right? 2 per? That's what we're rolling with. And I've got my other thing of heat inserts out. Beautiful. Back to the simulation. We'll use this bar stool as a soldering iron holder. Awesome. Okay, let's bring y'all closer. Oh. Dropped you. Does the kit make the Ender 5 an actual? Yes, yes. So we're doing the Hydra right now, which is completely separate. I mean, it's from the same ZeroG team, and it is awesome. But the actual base conversion, which is the Mercury 1.1, that's solely its purpose, is to convert the Ender 5 into a Core XY 3D printer with the EVA 2.4 toolhead that they have modified and customized. So it increases, or it gets you a better extruder, a better hot end, and the Core XY motion system. The Hydra that we're doing right now is completely optional if you want an upgraded bed or if you want tri-point or bed tramming. But yeah, absolutely not required. And the main mumbo jumbo is that it turns it into a Core XY 3D printer. Okay. Ow. Hit my face on the foot. Okay, one down. A lot more to go. Yes, these are all printed in ABS, I think. I can't remember if one of them, if the white could be ASA, but no, I'm pretty sure that I went with all ABS. ABS is recommended, although ASA would be fine as well. But yeah. The print requirements are pretty much, I think, the exact same as for boron parts, including the infill and walls and all that stuff. All right, keeping our face nice and low. That should be fine. All right, next. More duct tape, more gloop. I've used gloop. I bought a big bottle of it at one point. Used it for, do you remember the Untitled Goose game that was like really popular some years ago? I printed out a massive one with like a magnet in the bill, and I was using gloop to glue all the parts together. And I dropped the entire bottle of gloop onto my carpet. And that stuff is nasty. Like, that is nasty stuff. I think there's a pretty big warning on it as far as the fumes go. So we had to open up all the windows in the apartment with big fans and leave the apartment for quite a while. Not fun. I've never gotten it since. I think shortly after they released like a different bottle or like a printable file that helps support the bottle. But yeah, if you get gloop, be careful with that stuff. Yeah, it's amazing in what it can do, but it's definitely something that like you realistically want to be in a well-ventilated area with gloves on and stuff. Like it's chemicals. Gloop is chemicals, but yeah, it's definitely impressive as far as what it's able to do, and that it actually forms a chemical bond between the parts. Yeah, I would say the strongest. I don't think you can get much, really a stronger bond between printed parts. At least with the ones that they have. PLA Gloop's the main one that I've used. I think they now have PETG and possibly ABS as well. I'm not entirely sure, but it's way worse than resin perfumes. My standards, I guess, are much lower than you probably should be, and even I've printed plenty of times inside with resin for a while when we were living in certain places, but gloop is something that I won't mess around with. Again, great product. Like, it is an awesome product. I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to say it's not, because it does what it's intended to do very well. You just want to be careful in when using it, that's all. What can you clean it up with, alcohol or acetone? I have no idea. I think that if I recall, grabbed towels and a bunch of water and try to dilute it as much as possible with like soap and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if they have like a, in case you spill, pick up. I'm not sure. Not gloop related, but I saw a guy holding a funnel over a resin bottle to pour in used resin. He started talking and held the funnel in midair and started pouring. Oh my god, that's awful. I've done some stupid things like that too. I've definitely spilt resin and the resin IPA and all that stuff. A lot of these things are like really should be outdoor activities or lab activities, you know, where there's appropriate stations for these things. I have all the resin printers in the garage here, and although it's not ideal with the cold weather, I am thankful. I think that resin printers really belong in that kind of an environment versus FDM I'm fine with inside. I did it for a lot of years because I had no choice. Like we were in apartments ever since we moved out until here, so I just had to make do. But yeah, I think that it's outdoor activities, garage activities. The good news is if we did all the heat sinks this week, next week will be less of a heat sink. Nope, not heat sink, heat insert simulation week. You need to use commercial, yeah, commercial space exactly would be awesome. I would love to have like a warehouse that's just raw concrete slab ground for the shenanigans that I want to do, but there's quite a few houses out here by us that have like, I think they're more so like RV garages than actual shops, but I've seen people use them as shops. So I'm like, it would be so cool to have one of these. So gotta head out. Catch you guys later. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Chris. Have a great night. White, these are, every printed part I'm using here is ABS. So white and the dark gray, which you can't see right this second, but all ABS. It's what they recommend for the Mercury 1.1. Silicone, yeah, a hobby room with silicone mats would be pretty freaking cool too. I will say that the when I was first doing resin printing, I was just using like plastic trays and stuff, and then I got the Wham Bam silicone slat mats in, and man, silicone is way nicer to have everywhere when you're dealing with resin stuff. Okay, I think I got all the heat sinks, heat inserts in a second. That looks good. Radical, I think that's all that we need. Cool. All right, let me turn this off. Okay, so I think we can get away again with, or no, we need M5, are they 5s or 10s? Or no, I'm sorry, 8s. Crap, we still need M5 by 10s. Okay, so if each one of these needs 2 of them, it's saying we need 24 of them. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We do not have 24. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. We got M5 by 10s over here. I wish I just came here. Where can I find this kit for the Hydra? This is the Mercury 1 kit. You also need to order some additional things, like as we're seeing here for the electronics and whatnot. But for the Mercury 1, let's see here. we've got build plate, we've got rails, we've got, here's the main kit. So let me send this your way. Post this over here. There you go. That should work, hopefully. Okay. Do we move forward with the skirts with what we have? Or is it gonna bug me that we're gonna have different screws? Ah, so the heat inserts are specifically for the panel on the bottom. I thought they were used to hold these things together, so. I can't wait for the Fabrico Rook kits. Oh, I know. I was talking to Fabrico today a little bit, and he sent me a picture of a Rook, and I got excited. Okay, yeah, screw it. Let's just do it. It's on the very bottom. I don't think it'll bug me that much. I don't think we'll really be able to see that if I use different bolts later on. So, let's go in like this. Yeah, I really don't think I'll be able to see this. And the only people that'll know is everyone in this stream, or anyone that watches this video later on, so some people will know, but we're using what we got. Giving pictures of my Rook. Okay, sweet. I saw it, not a close-up of it, but on the other night when you were streaming, I did catch it, but I will take all of the glamour shots as I can get. Okay, so this is going place like this. It's gonna look so nice with these skirts on. Okay, so for this one, we need a slightly smaller driver. I think this is the right driver. Yeah. I just installed the second side panel. Wait, they have I didn't know that the Rook had an enclosure option. Isn't it PLA? Why are we enclosing it? I hope they look good in Prusa orange, as my under 5 Plus is all orange. Oh, I'm sure they will. Are you doing the Hydra, or are you doing the Mercury 1.1 conversion CNC? Yeah, this is really pretty. Definitely, I think this was Turtle's doing. Hats off to Turtle. This is a really pretty side skirt. All right, 2 bolts. 2 bolts. Hydra first. I've only got the bed. Oh, nice. Hydra first. Okay. I feel like if this had been around, or if I had known of this back when I had under 5, I've had 2 under 5 pluses that I've not kept, mostly due to space constraints. I didn't mind the machine at all, really. But I feel like if this had been around, I would have likely kept it. I kept one of them at least and done a build with them. But honestly, the 275 build volume that it's going to get after it's all said and done is going to be more than enough for the majority of everything I'll ever do. So let's see. I just posted this the steel we got from Creality on Discord. Nice. Where'd you post it? In the deals channel? Everyone in the stream is sworn to secrecy. Yes. You cannot tell anybody that I... Oh, did I goof? Is this supposed to go in at the same time as everything else? It totally is. No one's allowed to tell anybody that I use different nuts and bolts. I'm trusting everybody. Okay, so it looks like the channels on the side of the on the side of this, you need to pop them in at the same time. Send everyone free filament and we won't tell. No, I don't think I have enough. I don't think I have enough filament to send out. Okay, let's loosen this. Okay, so let's try to just slide this in. There we go. Oh man, I need to slide everything over. I knew this was gonna happen. This is why I definitely feel, earlier Turtle was talking about how he doesn't like these hammerhead T-nuts, and for times like this where you need to make small changes or like small adjustments, they suck, because when you loosen them a little bit, you don't know whether they're staying in the channel the way they should or whether they're popping out. So okay, I'm gonna try to loosen the skirt so that way we can slide it over to the right and center it, because there's a slight gap. There we go. Let's see. That looks pretty perfect. Hopefully none of them turned. You can't really see from this angle, so. Luckily it's the skirt, so if for some reason it pops off, it's primarily for looks, but. Okay, so now we need to tighten the last two in the center. It looks really pretty though, I will say that. It looks very, very pretty. It's the middle of the night. I eat Carolina Reaper Cheetos and drink Monster and watch a live stream. Where did... That's the most metal thing I've heard. I'm getting hungry. All right. Okay. It's not perfectly centered, but it's damn close. All right. This looks so pretty. Let me show you guys. Ah. Look at this. Definitely hats off to Turtle for these new skirts. They're really, really nice. All right, let's flip it on its side. Let's do the next one. Hopefully this will go quicker now that we don't even have enough bolts for all of this, but we'll do our best. Yeah, they look awesome. These skirts are very, very nice. Both the pattern and then the two-tone, they just look chef kiss, beautiful. Okay, moving on to the next one. So let's grab the, let's see, this one's going in like that. Yep. Okay, so the first side of the skirt doesn't matter as far as putting it in before the centerpiece. And we won't worry about alignment really either. Actually, you know what? While we're here, let's do the feet. Okay, so we've got M5 nut. Yeah, this design's awesome. It's funny because when I was talking to Turtle earlier about the stream, he asked if I had everything, and I said, yeah, I think so. Should have known better. I feel like no matter how hard I try to be ready for like, hey, here's all the items I'm gonna need for the stream, like I never am. All right. Okay, and we used socket head. Okay, where? That's right. So we stole. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where our socket head screws came from. We stole them from the kit. I didn't think to ask about skirt hardware. Yeah, I should have had it figured out, man. I also didn't. To be perfectly honest, I didn't realize we were doing the skirt today. The order of operation in my head did not have us doing skirts today, but. Someone calling me? Nope, Discord. All right, Martina. This is also why I hoard all of the extra parts from all of my builds, because I never know what I'm gonna need. Some motors are tall enough to. Oh wow, some motors are tall enough to require the skirts, or at least the feet. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that even these probably would require the new feet, or yeah. I'm not upset. These are super pretty, so it's fun to finally get these on. I'm taking these corner pieces off right now. Okay. Since I'm getting hungry, and we always talk about food on these streams, what's everyone got going on for their dinner plans? I'm making, let me get down low so I can see these. I am making clam pasta after this. And it is, oh, I dropped my nuts. Oh, no, that's all right. It's okay. Yeah, I'm making a clam pasta. There we go. Cool. At least with these I can see that we're turning into place. Let's see, dinner, pizza from yesterday, working 18 hours right now. Yeah, pizza sounds good. We had pizza yesterday for dinner. Just a toaster oven pizza though, nothing too fancy, but it hit the spot. It was good. Okay, there we go. Come on. Okay. The foot is on. I think that is good enough. Just finished eating trout. Oh, yum. Trout, eh? From the store, or did you fish and catch that trout? I don't know if I've ever had store-bought trout. When I was younger, when we'd go camping, we'd fish a fair amount. That's probably as good as it get. And we would catch like rainbow trout or brown trout and cook it up. And man, trout is yummy. Like some fresh. I think we'd fry it up a lot, trout usually, and man, it's so good. Okay, so for right now on the skirt, I'm not really caring. I'm tightening it to make sure that the T-nuts are snug. But we're gonna have to scoot it anyway once we get the logo in the center and the other side on to perfectly align it as much as we can for me to be happy. So I'm just kind of throwing it on there for now. Let's grab our next emblem. Oh, tacos sound good. What is today? It's Wednesday. It's not Taco Tuesday. You can buy trout in a store. I thought you just caught it while fishing. I don't know. I don't know. Well, Panzer is in Sweden, so I don't know. That's what happens when you get old. Just finished eating trout. Oh, it wasn't Panzer. It was Palfest. How come I mixed you up? Costco has trout. No kidding. We'll have to check here. Today I had curry chicken. Yum. 18 hours from now-ish will be pineapple ham in a chili sauce with rice. Oh, that sounds so good. Sounds good. I'll have to check Costco here. I also want to make sure I'm putting the emblems on the right way. I wasn't aware that it was something that Costco might have. I'm sure it's, you know, very much so location based, but I should check. Costco's definitely got some decent stuff in their butcher area. I had some tofu sage. Sage? Am I reading that right? Sags? I don't know what that is. Speaking of foods, have you had the Swedish dish cow pudding, cabbage with mid-center served with cream sauce? I don't know what I have. When I think of Swedish meals, the primary ones I grew up with was crepes, Swedish crepes. My mom made fairly often, which are so much better than pancakes. With like jam or some sugar or some cream or some ice cream, and then she'd make like a stew with it, and then obviously Swedish meatballs, and then my mom would make a lot of salmon with like small potatoes and dill and like I think it's like a sour cream sauce that goes on the potatoes and the fish, and it is just so heavenly. So heavenly. Sag is spinach curry. Interesting. I've definitely never had that, but it sounds interesting. I would definitely try it. There's quite a few things that I've had that initially I'm like, I don't know if that'll be good, and I try it and I'm like, yep, that was surprisingly delicious. So I think if you go into things with an open mind, there's a lot of really good foods out there. Is that the name of the sauce? Good idea. I don't know how you say it, but it's delicious. I just had Swedish fish that came with my Sunkatsen order. The least Swedish thing ever. Although I will say, Sweden does have a lot of like gummy candy, and I remember, man, so Swedish candy. Like my mom has a big sweet tooth, and so she raised me on sweets. And like bilar is one, which is I think just car in Swedish, but the little gummies that are so good. And then Dame is another one. Marabou is a chocolate. Swedish candy is so damn good. But yeah, there was a lot of gummies, a lot of gummy candies, which I really liked. My grandma used to send them. Okay, that didn't go in the way we want. 1 second, y'all. My grandma used to send them for like holidays, or when my mom would go visit Sweden. You know, my mom is going to Sweden in June to renew her passport. I might ask her to bring back some candy. All right, let's see if I hold all these in place like this. 1 second, everybody. I need all of my focus to see if I can center this. It's not much of a gap difference, but because it's staring me right in the face, I'm gonna do my best to center this. Yeah. Okay. Skirts are so pretty. Did that work? I don't know if that even secured correctly. It seems like it did. Gotta get low. Wow. Is anybody watching the Super Bowl this weekend? I know that we have a lot of European audience. I wonder if Super Bowl is something that is watched globally so much or not so much. I'm not a huge, oh come on, it shifted over on me. I'm not a huge sports person, but I like Super Bowl a lot, and I like football. I just don't watch a lot during normal season. But Super Bowl is always fun. It's always such a crazy performance, and like even my mom, who's not really into sports, even just watches for like the great commercials and halftime performances. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. Well, let's use a scoot. There we go. That's about center. We're good with that. It's funny because the Swedish fish does not exist in Sweden. Yeah, it's super not Swedish. It's pretty funny. I like Swedish fish. They're really good. Pilar, yeah, Pilar is so good. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a gummy candy, but like just freaking amazing. I'm so excited when my mom would come back from Sweden with like just a suitcase full of candy. IKEA, I think IKEA sells Pilar, don't they? They sell Dame. I love Dame a lot. Dame is delicious. Yeah, sadly we don't have even IKEAs in Idaho. We got a lot of good things here, but I don't have IKEAs, and that breaks my heart a little bit. Which means when we visit California, we'll have to make IKEA one of our stopping points. Okay. This skirt is on, this foot is on, it's looking beautiful. Woo-hoo-hoo. Looks so good. Looks so good. All right. Ramen, bowl of soup, drinking contest? Send a care package from Mom about with Swedish. Oh man, I would be so, if anybody that lives in Sweden, I would be happy to pay for like postage or whatever you want, but yeah. If somebody here that is in Sweden is willing to send some Swedish candy, I'd be super happy. Uh-oh, screw just fell out. It's never typically a good sign. Hopefully it's one of my, I think it was probably from the electronics that we took out earlier. Okay, last foot. We've got a, Pilar is so good to put a big bag in a bottle of vodka and let them dissolve. It sounds crazy. But to be fair, I don't know if they do this in Europe, but in the States they have like vodka gummy bears where they'll take vodka and soak gummy bears in them and they'll swell up and soak in the vodka. I've never had them, but I could see my younger self having like something like that. Does me telling you I didn't know it was this weekend tells you enough? Go sports ball. To be fair, I didn't either. I'm a Steelers fan, and my dad's gotten more into football as he's gotten older, so it's fun for us to have like that, you know, like, hey, I'm gonna watch it, you're gonna watch it, and you know, call them after, talk about it. They're not in it. Ben Roethlisberger, who's been their quarterback forever, finally retired, and so they started off really rough this year, then did good. But yeah, I enjoy it. But yeah, I certainly don't follow it insanely. But yeah, I don't mind it. I can fix that. Let me know what you want, and I'll fix a big box end of the month and send. I will absolutely. Please message me on Discord. I will love. There's a couple things I would like to request, and then other than that, I'm totally open-minded. There's new rules where there are a lot of expensive commercials and play some weird games but sub commercials. There's one IKEA in Las Vegas. I'm super jealous. What do you need from Sweden? Candy. Candy. My doctor would disagree, but I miss Swedish candy so much. I sent you a PM for the Swedish stuff. Huh, okay. LA native, so gotta be Raider Nation. They're in Las Vegas now. Steelers, I'm from Ohio. Them's fighting words. Burgers? This guy is always talking about food. Because I get hungry, okay? Don't tell me you don't get hungry, zombie. Yeah, we always end talking in food, though. To be fair, though, like, right, I eat breakfast before stream. And then, you know, then at lunch, I basically skip lunch, usually on stream day. And then, you know, now it's getting towards dinner time. It's 4:30-ish. So, stomach's starting to growl. So, tends to happen, okay? Tends to happen. You taking off, Lisa? Have a great night. If you are, I'll see you, hopefully see you next Wednesday. Just started Modbot Eats. That is not the first time that's been suggested. I like cooking too. It's funny. Like I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm coming up with recipes on my own, but I have some good recipes that I've discovered over the years that I do enjoy. I enjoy cooking for special occasions or for people for people I like. But I don't just like cooking all the time. It's a lot of work, man. Like, and it's stressful to me. There's a lot of multitasking that goes on with cooking that the margin for error in a lot of it is small depending on what it is you're doing. Okay, that looks okay, I think, yeah. Let's get the other one in. It's like the printer's on stilts now. It's definitely a lot taller than it was. But these new rubber feet are awesome. Okay, so I think we have enough screws to do one more set of skirts. So what we might end up doing is exactly that, and then leaving the backside for when the new bolts come in. We'll see. Okay, so let's see. The back of the printer is that set. Wait a minute. No, back of the printer is where I'm looking at right now. Okay, so let's do the side next. That way we have front and side with the same bolts. So if we're not gonna have the same bolts, at least there's some kind of uniformity. Front and side's all the same, and then, you know, back's a little different. I don't know if that makes sense, but to me it does, so that's what we're gonna do. Oh, we have enough. Okay, so yeah, we have exactly enough to do this side. Makes me happy. Okay. You guys can kind of see what's going on too, right? Nobody said anything, but hopefully you guys can see what's happening here. I feel like you can. I feel like everyone can see what's going on. Tagged you my Rick picture on the Discord for after. Okay, sweet. Cooking channel would be absolutely just awful. With how much focus I need to cook, I would either ignore chat completely, chat would not exist, or I would not ignore chat and I would burn things and freak out. Aaron even knows usually when I'm cooking, like, just leave me in the kitchen alone. I need to be alone with my food. I gotta focus. All right. It takes me 1 hour to make a 40-minute meal, especially on Wednesdays for some reason. Yeah, it actually like triggers me a little bit when like it makes me feel like I suck at cooking when I look at a recipe and see that it says like the prep time and the cook time, and it takes me 2 times at least as long almost always. And then I just always wonder, like, am I bad at cooking? Are these people incredible at cooking? Are these times like if you have a sous chef, like the estimated time for cooking meals, it always blows my mind. You want to talk about slicer times being off? Let's talk about estimated recipe times. It's just never right. Is it long NEMA 17 that requires those feet? It sounds like based off of what Turtle was saying that some motors, depending on which you go with, do require the longer feet. For the motors I got, these are just standard Creality 4220s. I don't think they're needed, but I could be wrong. I don't know. When we install these, I can verify for certain. Hey, Pedro, Clipper Estimator to the rescue. Wait, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Is it a plugin for Clipper that gives you a more accurate Or is it, that's probably just a part of Clipper, right? That gives you your ETA in the web interface. It's a miracle they focus on one thing at once. It's a miracle. Those time, yeah, it's absolutely insane. Separate tool of Clipper. Huh, I haven't even heard of that. That's cool. The times are for mid-pro cooks that can prep and clean while they're cooking. I'm even, yeah, I'm even over like 10 to 15 minutes on times. It's nuts. I remember seeing early on, you know, like Aaron asking like, hey, how long till dinner's gonna be ready? And I say, you know, recipe says, you know, 30, 40 minutes, so around there. And then it's like an hour and a half later. I'm sworn at the produce, and yeah, it's. I don't trust. I've got serious trust issues with recipe times. I would just love to watch the person that made the recipe and see if they can even do it. I have my doubts. It recalculates the timings of a slice file with a lot more accuracy. Interesting. Does it do it in real time while it's printing? Because I would imagine that it's going to need the data from the printer as far as acceleration and things like that. So is it part of the like Clipper, not Clipper, main sailor fluid? Oh, it alters the G code. Interesting. I realized I put this I put this screw on backward. It's getting towards the end of the stream. Correct, it will get all the data from the printer via Moonraker. It's a command line tool. Huh, that's rad. There's a lot of things in Clipper that, I mean, even Marlin, and like I hung around Marlin a lot more because I didn't even know Clipper until about a year and some change ago. But yeah, there's a lot of things. Like, I mean, the cancel object plugin was something that I had kind of known around for quite a while, and then it was in the official, it was forked into the official Clipper release. But when I made the video on it, there was a ton of people that had no idea it was a thing or that it existed. So there's a lot of little kind of hidden gems. I don't even know if they're hidden, but just non-obvious gems, I think, is maybe a better way of describing it. Yeah, I think this will be the final skirt for today, guys. If I find the hardware to do the one in the back, I'll do that probably later on, just off stream. It's all the same stuff. You've watched me install 3 skirts. But I'm definitely needing food in my life. Starting to get a little grumpy. I never had a problem with time estimating when I slice a file. It says it takes around 48. Always been done. Oh, interesting. Faster. I don't like Clipper. I can't see the logic in the config, but I can config and do it. RepRap firmware printer in my sleep. I'm going to be playing around with RepRap firmware just a little bit. I ordered Sem, who I don't know if he's still in chat, but he has asked about it, and I've had questions about it a little bit here and there. And now that there are more affordable boards out there, I'm more interested in visiting it. Duet was too expensive for my tastes. Okay, this does not look like it's... yeah, Duet was too expensive for my tastes. It just feel like it was... I know they make great hardware, and a lot of people really like them, and I'm happy that that's the case, but I don't feel like it's super accessible. And granted, the channel's changed, right? And like now I cover things like this or the Boron, which are, not a $200 printer anymore. They're, much more expensive. But the, 1 second. I can't multitask. Okay, let's see if I lock this in place. Okay, finishing up my train of thought here. I ordered a board from Mello that's Duet compatible, not Duet compatible, RepRap firmware compatible. So I will be exploring it a little bit, and I'll make a video on it just kind of for those that are interested. Okay, I'm getting to that point with these hammer T-nuts where they're starting to piss me off a little bit. Because they are not turning like they're supposed to be. Oh, this is what Turtle was talking about earlier. I don't mind these T-nuts, the hammerhead or hammer T-nuts, but man, when you can't see whether they're turning or not, they suck. They really suck. Okay, that one feels locked in. We're roughly centered. Okay, we can move forward. Whew. Yeah, so I don't not like Marlin, so I don't want to say that I don't like Marlin, because I think that Marlin is still awesome, and it's the primary firmware that I've used for the last 9 years or 8 years. However, man, I used to be pretty familiar with Marlin, like being able to take a raw, file from the config or from the GitHub and go through it line by line and modify things as needed for whatever printer I was doing. And then I stopped, and then I just got busy and stopped playing around with the firmware for a while, before Voron and before Clipper stuff. And I downloaded Marlin again with, I think 2.4 or something like that. Or not 2.4, I'm sorry. With Marlin 2, like when they went to 2. And I was so lost. There was just so many more lines and options to look through that I found it incredibly overwhelming and quite cluttered. And I know, or at least I've heard, that there are I think tools for VS Code that help to expedite it. You don't think you actually need to go through all the code. You can kind of use I don't know if it's a GUI. I haven't really looked too heavily into it, to be honest with you. That's supposed to help, but yeah, it became really cluttered from what I remembered it being, which I understand there's a lot more features, which is awesome. But Clipper, on the other hand, the ability to tweak settings on the fly and not have to recompile each time is just so powerful. Like, it's probably my favorite feature of Clipper. I would say it's my favorite feature. I mean, like, main cylinder fluid's awesome, and I love those interfaces, or those, using those to interact with your printer is beautiful. But I felt like, although I like them better than I did Octoprint, like, I did have Octoprint before, so I at least had an option for that. So they're awesome, but for me, if it boils down, my favorite thing about Clipper is the ability to modify your config file on the fly like that from your browser. I just think it's such a powerful feature. Okay, so I don't know for certain whether all of these skirts are actually, or if the T-nuts are all turned correctly. It seems like they are. I feel like we're quite snug. And I think we're gonna be okay with that. Let me loosen this one just ever so slightly here so I can shift it. But yeah, I like Clipper a lot. I get the confusion, I do, and there's a lot I don't know about Clipper, so, but I just find it really powerful and awesome. Like, I really like the firmware a lot. I agree this compile step is a bit annoying. Yeah, so for me, when I'm doing some sort of a printer mod or upgrade, I usually don't get it right the first time, right? Like, it takes me a handful of tries to get the logic correct, and the ability to just quickly be like, nope, you screwed up, try this value, nope, you screwed up, try this value, nope, you screwed up, you got it, is very, very convenient. While again with Marlin, each time it's, nope, that didn't work, okay, let's go back, compile, okay, all right, flash. Like, it feels like much less of a I don't want to say tinkerers, but less of a mod-friendly firmware, in my opinion. Which is fine for a lot of printers, because not everybody needs to mod things, and not everybody needs to mod things often, so it's not a big deal. But for someone like me, or for a lot of people, I think it is, I think my main problem is that I used RepRap firmware for the last 6 years, so I'm used to how it's built, and Clipper is so far off. I'm very curious to see how RepRap firmware is quite different than Clipper. Because from my perspective, I see it's got its web interface. I believe I think that most of the firmware is just a text file, right? And that's how you update it. I don't know if there's a, I imagine they've probably adapted to some form of a web-based firmware editor, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it in so long. And I know you can use macros with it, so that's a similarity to Clipper, but I'm curious as to how it's very different in terms of, from like the user's perspective and compiling. I think if I remember, when I looked into RepRap firmware, the configuring the printer is all done through some sort of like a web app, right? Where you basically type in your values and then it spits out the config for you, making it fairly simple to understand. At least that's what I remember. But again, it's been a long time and I never dove super heavily into it, so I don't know for certain. As a developer, there's also the advantage of making live changes in Clipper don't actually require any. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. You also have the issue when you build a printer, you always have to reverse the extruder because it always feed the wrong. Yeah, usually that is the case. Sometimes with Marlin though, no, not really, but there's been times where instead of going in and changing the firmware, I found it easier to just flip the stepper motor wires to invert the direction. So I've not seen RepRap firmware. Yeah, it'll be interesting to check out. I've got the Mellow board coming. I'm going to be converting the other Ender 5 I have with the NG extruder to the RepRap firmware. And I think I got a screen for it as well, maybe. I think I got a screen for it as well. So we can check out what the interface for that looks like. But yeah, it'll be fun. I don't think it'll convert me. I've been quite happy with the Clipper experience and like the ability to use multiple MCUs, and I see it being a very versatile firmware, which I think is important. So okay, I think we end it here. I will definitely have or figure out this last skirt and the center piece for that off stream. And next week we will jump straight into mounting motors and mounting the Hydra, and then getting all that set up and hopefully working on the I'm tired, the electronics. But yeah, I think we still made some good progress, a different direction than I thought we were going to be going today. But we got the old electronics completely torn out. Let's see if I can find the direction where this doesn't wobble on this desk. There we go, the angle. We got the old electronics completely torn out and removed. We got the entire Z axis torn out and removed. And we got the Hydra arms built. Where did they go? Over here. So these are all done, like the linear rails are in place and the arms. So again, next week we will install the motors to 3 corners, the extrusion in the back, get Hydra, and hopefully the Mix 6 bed installed as well. And then the dream would be to start working on the electronics next week. I think that's what we're gonna do. So, the Hydra bed will twist the frame if your table isn't flat, which causes bed mesh issues. That's good to know. I have the piece of granite, and that's over at Pies in chat, and I will pick that up by next week then. So by the time we're actually installing that, I'll have it back on the granite. So maybe it was a good thing we didn't start on that today, because this bed surface, or this surface, is definitely not flat. So I'll get that granite in by next week, and then we'll get all that stuff installed. Could you possibly put a copy of your Clipper config, as I'm having problems? You mean just the base Mercury 1.1 config? If so, then yeah, I can definitely post what I've got. I think the Pi is still, you know what? I unplugged it. So before I lose it, I should download a copy of it myself, but this is off. It's on this Pi here. I'll do this really quickly actually before we end the stream, just so that way I remember to do it. Does Hydra need an extra Z extrusion? Yes, it does. So I don't know if it comes with the base kit from Fabrico. I don't think it does. You need to get it, but yeah, this is the extrusion. So this should be the exact size of roughly fitting in between here. So yeah, it'll go in the center here. I'm probably gonna scratch the crap out of this, but yeah, it'll go in the center here, and then there's the aluminum corner brackets that'll help keep it in place here. So the one extrusion goes here, and then the other two go on the front, or on the inside of the 2040s on the corners. Okay, let's see if I got 192.168. I think this is the IP for, no, maybe not. I have a lot of my Clipper printers IPs memorized. I think this is it. Clicky, yeah, this should be it. Moonraker, printer.cfg. Yep, this is it. So I will download both my printer.cfg. I should have that. I should probably upload that somewhere. Oh, you can't download a full folder? Okay, let me know if you want any of my clicky stuff. For now, maybe just delete it if you're not using clicky on yours, specifically the include clicky pro part of the CFG so it doesn't error out. But yeah, I don't know where to upload it to. Maybe can I just upload it to live streams? Will Discord allow me to upload? I think they will. Live streams, upload a file, downloads. Yep. Okay. Hopefully you're in. If you're not in the Modbot Army Discord, it should be linked in the description of this video. If you go to the live streams channel, I just posted it for you. So. Recovering from surgery. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Viking. Hopefully it's yeah, quick recovery, and that it makes everything better, whatever it was related to. Sorry to hear that. It's perfectly behind the other profile. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Ta-da! This is the extrusion. That's hilarious. Jerry, hopefully, or Gary, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I posted my config, so if you want to take a look at it, it's for the stock Ender 5 Pro board, which I think is the 4.2.2. So, anyways, on that note, I'm going to end it. A little bit longer of a stream today, almost 4 hours. But I am glad that we made some great progress. And I mean, just look at one more time, everyone. Look at these beautiful skirts. They look so freaking sweet. So. My goal, or my homework for myself between now and next week, is to get the back skirts installed, see if I can figure out how to CNC out some acrylic for the bottom. Yeah, and maybe for the bottom here as well. I don't know. Turtle was talking to me about black acrylic, and then we started talking just ever so slightly about ACM, and I don't know if I want clear acrylic on the bottom, but I'm definitely doing clear acrylic here, so I at least want to get that cut out. Yeah, something serious is painful. The results will be good, hopefully. Oh man. Did you see, Jerry, that I posted it? Hopefully you did. But again, it's if you're not in the description down below, just go over to the Modbot Army Discord, and it's in the live stream live stream channel. It's there for you. So thanks for the printer food. Oh, that's right. I will message you later on, G-Funny. I feel like you need a white bottom. Ooh, a white bottom would look good. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll do a white acrylic bottom then. Let's start with the top. Do I need any, to actually wire in the electronics, do I need any of those panels? I don't think so, right? They're purely to protect. They don't actually do anything structural. Oh, white would look so good. We'll see. All right, we'll see. Yeah, tinted acrylic would be awesome. All right, on this note, I am ending it. I gotta go figure out a food situation, but thank you all for hanging out. Again, next week we will continue, and we will get the Hydra set up with the Mix 6 bed and continue all the things. So hope everyone has an awesome week. My AirPod just died. Hope everybody has an awesome week, and I will see you guys hopefully next Wednesday. Bye, everybody. And again, I will message you later on, G-Funny, with the Polymaker link. So bye, everybody.